Alrighty, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to Wrath of the Righteous. So, something a little different from usual today. I am not actually playing on my local computer. You can't tell, but I'm currently playing this on GeForce Now, which means I'm playing this through the cloud. And the reason I'm doing that is because I realized that my archival storage hard drive is currently almost full. So I have to compress a shit ton of video down to, like, make room for everything. Like, currently, I am on job, 28 or 27 out of 130, which will save me approximately 350 gigabytes of space by itself. And this is one of several. I've got a 12 terabyte hard drive, which is almost full up. So this is clearing up. Ideally, that'll give me about 9 terabytes back when I'm done with this. But it does mean that I can't use my computer for the meantime, which is why I'm doing this on the cloud. So everything you're seeing is being streamed via cloud gaming. Yeah, this will be my PC for the next couple days. It's fine. Oh, did they make Diablo 2's multiplayer even worse for the remake? Or, like, do you mean in general? Fair enough. Anyway, enough about that. Explaining just, if it looks a bit funky, if something funky happens, it's because this is actually a cloud PC. It's not my regular PC. I can suggest GeForce Now, though. It's relatively cheap, and it's good. I use it more often than other stuff because on occasion, I just want to play something that either, one, my computer can't handle at full strength, or two, I just don't want to download. Like I did it for Cyberpunk 2077 when I streamed that. The entire thing was played on GeForce Now. Just the entire stream, all done on GeForce Now. It was all done remotely on cloud, except for the very first stream where I tried playing it on my computer and it broke instantly. So I swapped over to GeForce and I had a smooth experience, mostly. And on occasion, like if I want to play Vermintide, or I want to play Payday, or something like that, like a 100 gigabyte game that I just don't want to spend an hour downloading to play for 2 minutes with somebody who's just playing it then, I'll just pop onto GeForce Now and it'll do the job. That said, it's probably going to give me slightly slower load times because I don't think the hard drive that they're using on the cloud PC is as good as my actual hard drive. And there's the one problem. For today's stream, my image is going to be this, because I do not have... It's a cloud PC, which means it doesn't have my custom image. So today, I'm going to be an evil, vaguely threatening lich silhouette. Everyone wants to have screaming Leroy Jenkins, even zero to where they are. Yeah, I could see that being a pain, especially if you're trying to group up for something and it scales up to... be stronger than you can deal with solo. Right, now, just to check, this should be... Let's see, last time I talked to Char, right? Yeah, okay. So, we're all caught up. This is good. The cloud save worked. Alrighty, so while I'm here, let's do a couple things. Drezen has mounted scouts plus 20, eh? So Drezen has these things built. The teleportation circle is complete. The supply center is complete. The hospital provides a +5 bonus to infirmary size for all generals. That's pretty good. Okay, so you really don't like it when everybody just runs off. I got you now. Right, I had the main stable there too, so I got cavalry built up. Okay, I think I'm really tempted to build this hospital, but at the same time, yeah, you know what? Let's build the hospital. Logistics will go up. Big logistics boost. 2 days. It'll cost me... Actually, can I even afford this? I can't afford this. It'll cost me about half of my current material goods and a little bit of my cash. Actually, before I do that, let me just pop out here. So, I currently am lacking. Energy is whatever. Like, my energy intake is very slow, but I also don't use a lot of it, generally speaking. Materials points is what I need a lot of, because I use these quite a bit, and I only get 17 per day. So I'm thinking I can go here to Keeper's Canyon. Also, while I was testing this out before, I noticed that you don't need to pay to get these forts anymore. Yeah, the old sneaky stab's always fun. It's just... burst down somebody is just a good feeling every time, you know? Okay, so I'll build a supply center here. Supply center will increase my material point income by 3. So I'll be able to start doing that. Watchtower. +1 bonus. AC saving throws initiative. I'm going to save that one for later, I think. Since Canobras is located directly next to Drezen, it's probably not worth building anything that increases recruitment growth. So I'll probably go with the inn here, a watchtower, and... maybe 2 watchtowers? Only 1 inn can be built, so so at least 1 inn, then 2 watchtowers. I don't want to get another stable, a barracks, archery range. I could also build a citadel. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna at least build 1 watchtower. Anyway, that's gonna be built in a couple days, and I'm going to increase the infirmary size with a hospital over in Drezen real quick. So let's slap down a hospital over here. There we go. Hospital is being built. I'm now completely broke on materials points. But I at least have stuff coming in a couple days. And I have the teleportation circles, which is very important. Orst Irabeth, Ziggurat's being built. Sword of Valor is going to get studied. These things will be dealt with later. Help of the Nail, Military Tribunal, Economy, Development, Outpost to Bastion expansion. 1 fort of the outpost with at least 3 out of 4 construction slots filled can be upgraded to a Bastion level. Oh. Oh, okay, I see. So I definitely need to get my income upgraded with some more things. So I probably want to get to, like, Hamlet of Sork and Stet. And once I get a couple more materials points, because I'm very low, that'll give me, what, 2-3 days? So in 2 days, I'll build another supply center here. Hamlet of Sork, just keep piling on those materials points upgrades. And then once I do that, I can upgrade something to a Bastion. I don't think I need to upgrade any of these things to Bastions, but what I could do... I'm guessing that teleportation circles are probably something you only build in advanced structures. So I'd, like, slap one down over here in Gargoyle Canyon. Like, turn that into a Bastion. Then use that as a teleport spot so I can get down to, like, this area faster. Because I assume I can get through there, right? I think I can get through here now. Okay, so I kind of see how this works now. This is very interesting. I didn't really understand what the point of most of this stuff was prior to this. Like, just the general buildings and whatnot. But since this area is basically, like, enemy-free, I can turn Hamlet of Sork and Villarith's Ford into just money generators. I can put inns there. I can put supply depots there. I can just put things there that will increase my income. And then for anything further out, like there's forts over here that I need to take, for example, to get up to the bend in the river where Woljif's thing is. There's forts over this way. I can place some advanced forts over here that I can use to teleport to these locations. I can probably get one. There's a fort over here, I think, which I can use as a very forward base to access both the Ivory Sanctum and this and the hut and heart of the whatever. And then there's things down here too. Okay, I understand how this whole thing works now. This makes much more sense now that I'm actually seeing it in full. Prior to this point, I thought it was just, oh yeah, just, you know, increase your resource gain and increase the number of people you can recruit, and that's it. But no, now there's alternate structures which have better effects, and they give you more things, and you can increase your units by placing them next to each other, and you can do all this stuff. I understand. It makes sense to me now. Everything is clear. Okay, so let us first, though, we got to deal with the dragon. Actually, let me double check my inventory. Am I full up on junk? I'm kind of full up on junk. I can actually, like, see that army management stuff being fun now. Like, it's not tedious because it's not required, but it will harm you if you don't, like, take care of it well, but it isn't necessary to advance whatever's going on. You can set it to complete auto and just keep going, though you'd lose out on a lot of stuff. Oh, my Skeletal Vanguard's just hanging out over there. Ooh, boy, this is not... Just don't mind how it's running at 30 frames per second right now. It's fine. Okay, Peter Blacksmith, I'm just gonna sell you junk. Nope, I'm keeping those. I'm keeping the herb liqueur. I'm gonna need to get Nenyo shwasted later. I can feel it. Warhammer hand axe +1. Do I need any of those? Probably not. Radiance, Soul Shear, keep those on me. Chain shirt +1, full plate +1, breastplate +1. Amulet of Agile Fists. The story's worth 30 FPS. Fair enough. Okay, I've already dealt with this. Crusade Chronicles, yeah, I already dealt with that, I'm pretty sure. Hopefully it just doesn't become a huge issue. Keeper's Helmet, Cloak Resistance, Cloak of Blood Symbol. Okay, I think that's probably fine. So let me go slap some things on you real quick. Alright, you're currently using this Headband of Mental Flow, Intelligence and Charisma +2. You don't need Intelligence. There you go. You can take that one instead. You can also use a Cloak of Resistance. That's useless for you, actually. Dexterity, Constitution, Strength, Dexterity. Constitution is whatever. Keeper's Helmet. Sorry, Wisdom. You have a Ring of Protection +1 right now. So that's a +2. These Nausea, Amulet of Agile Fists. You have now natural armor. +2. Okay, that works. Good. Okay, that's good. As long as it's not terrible for everyone else watching, that's perfect. Longsword +3, Tower Shield, Enhancement +3. God, that's really strong. Alright, I think you're good, honestly. Let me slap on a Cloak Resistance +1. There you go. Okay, now for me, my faceful character here, I can get... let's slap this one on here. Why not? +4 natural armor, +3 cloak of resistance, +4 ring of protection, engraved lucky bracers, belt. I have a +4 strength belt. Good, good. I can't really wear armor anymore because I am required to not wear armor due to my new spellcasting abilities. Not really required, but it kind of doesn't help me if I wear armor. Let's see, who else am I bringing with me? Bring in Lan, Nenyo, Regil. I can't believe this dude. I can't believe this dude. Regil, I don't understand how Regil is so functional. He has a +5 dex bonus, which is hampered by his adamantine full plate. He's a tank, but also he's a dex character that attacks and does good damage. Cryomancer Lich. Is that the... Cryomancer is the wizard that does ice, I think, or can change your damage type? Was that it? I don't remember offhand. Keen Composite is Wicked. Let's go with that one. What are you using right now, Rochelet? Composite Enhancer +2. There, strictly better. Okay. Crew, not cryo. I don't remember which one's Cryomancer. Like, I just don't remember offhand. I suppose I can check real quick. Oh, okay. Stick Soul Shear in there too while I'm at it. That should be good. Carapace. No, I'm saving that for Staunton. Carapace is going to go on Staunton when he finally comes back. Is Heavy Paws only equipable by horses? Okay, do I have any other double weapons? No, I don't. Okay, I don't have any double weapons. Yeah. Okay, I can't equip this. This is only for animal companions. That's unfortunate. I would have loved to be able to wear those knee pads. Dampier was their heavily affects necromancy. Okay. That makes perfect sense as a lich thing, honestly. All right, we're getting out of here first. So we are bringing along not Sela. Let's bring along Darren this time. It's been a minute. Okay, so we've got range, backline, 2 casters, frontline, frontline, frontline. Or midline, really. Yeah, let's do this. I hope we're not lacking any skills. Oh, demon army approaching. Oh my god, there's so many demons all of a sudden. Oh my god, I got so many demon armies. Who the mounted scouts? Okay. 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 Oh, I've got an undead army! Yeah! Of course I have an undead army. Oh my god, it's a giant undead army too. These things will kill people. Okay, boys, let's go. It's because I don't have a general. I don't have a general. That's why. I don't have a general, which means they don't get the benefit of infirmary. Probably. I don't actually know if that's the case. Let's see if I can hire a new general. And while I'm at it, I will also pull some of these other units away. Assign a general. Recruit new general. Alright, I want a caster. There we go. Offensive training 1 and heroism. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Armies do generally kill people, but I wasn't expecting me to, have... Expecting my generals to have more power to them, you know? Let's recruit Baroness Gunther. Siphon Time. All units of the army gain haste. All enemy units receive slow. This is an arcane spell. Ooh. +3 power and +10 bonus energy. Bone arrow. Ooh, okay. Okay. Probably honestly, probably a bunch of people sitting around with super glue. Just like gluing the bones back together. Cool. Oh man, that's super good. Huh, why can't you move? Clinging corrosion. Easy peasy. Easy fucking peasy. Piles of body parts and Gorilla Glue, yeah. Also, I finally understand what some of these other, like, stats that have been showing up are for. Like, after capturing Drezen, Crusader raised 3 morale banners in the city's walls. Banner victory stays green while you defeat demon armies. Each victory you take over a demon army in the lands of Yath, Grey Road, Lake Lost of the Sun, and Winterstone lands regions, adds 6 days to the time of the banner victory stays green. Banner conquest stays green while you capture demon forts. Each capture of a demon fort in lands of Yath, blah blah, adds 30 days. Claiming forts that were previously lost does not affect the banner conquest. Banner defense remains green as long as none of your forts are under siege. If the forts are sieged, that turns yellow, then turns red. As long as any fort remains captured by the demons, this banner remains red. Warriors have discovered what attracted such a horde of monsters. An impressive ambulant laboratory belonged to some insane alchemist. The laboratory had been mercilessly plundered, and the jars of elixirs and ingredients bore sinister holes through which the hideous creatures had consumed their contents like some exquisite nectar. Luckily, some of the alchemist's inventory survived, and now belongs to the Crusaders. Okay, now we're just going to go right here. We're going to rename... How do I rename this again? Let's go. Let's go. We're going to call this the Bone Squad. Let's go with Scorching Ray. Okay, let's do this. Alright, the Bone Squad is here. I don't understand what this unit is anyway. Champions. Okay, this is my normal original unit. I got the Archers, the Champions of the Hell Knights. Army 2 is a bunch of mounted scouts. Ah, I've got some champions here. Aha, that's how you do it. We have marksmen. Marksmen, you say? Those are just better archers, aren't they? Anyway, we're bone squatting up. Alright. And before I forget, actually, let me just... A cleric's ranger. I'm going to move the champions into their own unit for now. So I can have the champions move over to where my current Crusader army's hanging out. There we go. Just to reinforce the number of troops there. Marksman and spearmen, huh? Okay, we'll have you guys come over here for now, just to hold this fort just in case. What about the ones with flesh? Look, they're all want to bone down. It all works. It's fine. It's good. It works. Let's go Bone Squad. Oh, that's a lot of enemies. That's a lot of enemies. Oh, wow. Okay. One to 6, 1 to 7, 3 to 12. I got 11 of those Minotaurs. 14 of my bones down. Let's try getting rid of this one. Damn it. Are they even affected by that? I'm gonna be real. Are they even affected by nauseating stuff? Okay, the zombies are taking some hits. Let's see how this does for them. One hit. Ah, fear, that's good. Take this. Only 27. Let's go over here. Okay, the zombies are taking hits, but they're not too far down at the moment, which is good. I wish I could heal these zombies, but I can't really. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're zombies. Zimbombos. Let's get rid of this real quick. Nice. Alright, Skill Boys, come on through. Kill that one bit. Kill these. Good. Good stuff. Zambambos are kind of weak, which is unfortunate. And... yeah! Alright, how many did I lose from this? Couple losses. Not great. Could be better, could be worse. At least it wasn't as bad as it was last time when I did an auto attempt on that. But I finally understand what the point of most of these things are. Like, having units that move faster means that you can actually respond to armies coming in on you easier when they're trying to siege forts. Having, like, of course, infirmary. Hold on a second, I got a phone call. Okay, I'm back. What was I saying again? Oh yeah, right. The stats make sense to me now. So having increased move speed means that you can reach things that are getting sieged easier, right? Having larger armies means you can stack different kinds of things on it, or flank enemies easier, just surround them with like 4 different things, or have multiple archers firing off. It makes sense. Like all these things are much clearer now that the full game is here with all these stats added in. Let's see, the map is split into a number of regions. To capture a region, you must free all the forts located in that region. You can construct buildings in the fort you've freed. Forts can be upgraded, thus increasing the number of squares available for construction. The forces of the Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth have been destroyed, and now there's no obstacle to sending scouts within the enemy territory. The reports will make the supply line safe from the sun attacks. Nice. Alright, Master Maneuver, Spellcraft, +4 power. Stronger units, plus AC. Let's do Spellcraft. Because if I'm doing spells, I might as well spell things up. Oh, I get another level? Hold on a second. Before I do this, I'm going to save. And I'm going to see if Cure Wounds will kill my units. Because I have a feeling they will. And I don't want that one bit. Oh, no, it heals him. Excellent. Perfect. Don't need to worry then. Let's just reload from the start there. Bueno. Use this. That might instant kill it, so let's see. Perfect. Yeah, whatever. Man, he's really trying to stack on that thing, huh? How did I lose this fight? How did I lose this fight? How did I lose this fight? That's what I want to know. Oh, it actually could. Thank God. It actually tells you how many you'd heal, too. It didn't before, so you just had to guess or remember. Sick. Perfect victory. The dead have no fear. The dead have no loss. Hey, Cookiemon. Yes, it has been quite a while. How are you doing? I assume you've been quite busy with work. What at first appeared to be a stone enclosure used for demonic sacrifices actually turned out to be a desecrated ancient shrine where Sarkorian druids once offered their prayers many ages past. Soon it will once again become a bastion of peace and spiritual fortitude. Nice. Necromancy. Armies get replenishment of skeletons and zombies equal to value of enemies killed over 275 after... What? Oh, what? Wait, what? Hold on. What the? What? Are you serious? The Bone Squad gets stronger every time I kill things? Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Yeah, right? I mean, I'm not complaining, that's for sure. Summon Ghoul, huh? See, we got a Nabasu, we got some regular cultists. I can't see. I actually can't see what's going on back here. Okay, there's nothing. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, I understand. No worries. All units in the army gain haste. All enemy units receive slow. This is an arcane spell. That costs 16 energy, so I get one cast of that and reduce everything else I got. So let's go with this. 15 to 60 of those. 15 to 60. Let's get rid of you. Nabasu. Nice. Alright, Bone Squad 1. Kill that. Yeah, it's nothing. You got nothing. You have got nothing. Oh, what? Excuse me? Excuse me? What the fuck? Excuse me? What the fuck? Excuse me? What the fuck? The ghouls must have been fucking... I'm being paralyzed to death. That's what's going on. I'm being chain paralyzed. I'm being chain paralyzed by these fucking ghouls because I can't save. I can't even fucking... Yeah, no, like, I can't even fucking... Like, what am I supposed to do? I can't even, like, cast spells to kill the ghouls. Alright, well, now I know. Kill the ghouls ASAP. Ghouls need to die. We're doing this. Haste ahoy. There we go. One ghoul set is dead. There we go. That's one set of things done. Let's go over here and kill you. Oh, you fucks. God damn it! Okay, so I need to kill... I literally have to kill all the ghouls before they can hit me. Like, if the ghouls hit me, then I'm done. That's it. But god damn, that's rough. Okay, I like the haste. There we go, I like this. I thought like, oh yeah, no, I've got a minute. But no, it's just, I just didn't. I was just dead because of the ghouls. Oh, that was a single turn of haste. That's one turn of haste, okay. What is the save? What is the save? I have a -2 modifier. Death Stealing Gaze? So it's this thing's fault. This thing needs to die. Yeah, right? It's not even. It's 100 ghouls that are paralyzing skeletons and zombies. You died. You died. Well, as long as those guys are in there doing their job, that's fine. They're taking the hits, so I don't have to. Yeah, they've only lost 7 units so far. This is fine. There we go. There we go. Problem solved. I lost a couple units. Yeah, God, that ghoul was... God. Well, now I know what not to do when fighting those things. Evidently, demons had taken a liking to the place and had been using it as a sacrificial site for quite a long time. A dagger, presumably used for killing innocents, was found plunged into the center of the ritual symbol. Okay, value of enemies killed minus divided by 275. Alright, Bone Squad's doing good work. All spells in use have +2 AC, +15 energy, +3 saving throws. Honestly, I'm tempted to get this after that nonsense. Let's get magical reserves though, because I'm going spellcaster with this one. Alright, Bone Squad, you're gonna... I guess... Let's move Bone Squad over this direction. Alright, so Crusader Army... This one. Crusader Army 1. Have you... Ah, Temple of the Good Hunt. There it is. So I'll move you starting toward this way. 3. These ones are kind of hanging out as reserve squad at the moment. So that's all my units. I'm gonna have to start moving things down towards towards here as well. Alright. Time for this. Now, before we get moving, let's level some people up, shall we? This level, improved critical, improved snapshot. Let's get improved snapshot. Threaten a bigger area, why not? And you get... What should I get you? Ranging shots? I already have it, I guess. Distracting shots? Let's go with distracting shot. No, distracting shots. Yeah, it was ridiculous. I don't understand what was happening with that stupid ghoul. It was just the ghouls. Okay, I get that happening, but I feel like the save DC should go down as there are fewer ghouls. Like if there's one ghoul left, it should not have a full DC. It should have like a DC of 1 to avoid. That and also just. If there's more ghouls than there are armies, you lose. Just, if you don't position things right, you just lose. Okay, I'm going to go with distracting shots. Because I already have ranging shots, it looks like. Yeah, I think I'm right. Where is it? Ranging shots already acquired, so I get a stacking bonus to hit. Unrelenting Assault, also an option, but I think he does enough damage as is. So I'm going to go with that so everyone else also gets more hits in. Greybor, 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 Greybor. What do you have to get? I think you should probably get Unrelenting Assault. Then here we can get 2-weapon fighting Mythic. Yeah, let's go with that. And I'm kind of a fan of Magic Nullification on you, because you're not going to be getting spells, mostly. Okay, Oracle. I need to level you up a bit. Alright, Oracle spells. Dismissal. That'll be handy to pick up, honestly. Or actually, let's see, anything else in here I should grab? Protection from Energy Communal. That'll be helpful. Free movement, greater magic weapon, divine, dismissal, critical, death ward. Yeah, let's go protection from Energy Communal, because I'm going to be dealing with a dragon. Yeah, let's get a precise shot so I don't have to worry about shooting into melee. Resist energy, sound burst, brace, hold weapon, person. Delay poison? Steps, burst. Okay, was there an area buff spell? 1 minute, 10 minutes per level, but on one person. I'll go with Owl's Wisdom on this one, because I feel like that's going to be useful. Yeah, it really was. And then I just kept rolling. Like, I did have to roll very high to get it, but it was still, I was not rolling well. It just was annoying. It really was just annoying. God, what do I get? What do I get? Delay Poison Communal, that's helpful. 4th level spell. Spit Venom Poison, Orders Wrath. Holy Smite, Greater Magic Weapon. Round. Death Ward, Crusader's Edge. See, that's gonna find invisible creatures. This is Unholy Blight. Gate. Wrath. Let's get Inflict Critical, I guess. Let's use that to heal up later on when I need to. Now, Mythic, you are a healer. So I'm gonna grab you. Oh wait, you already had the basic one. You already grabbed Boundless Healing. Okay. Mythic Channeling? Mythic Channeling. Get an additional curse, but it gives you no penalties. I want to Barrage, Enforced Vigor, Enduring Spells. A second Mystery. Domain Zealot. Jokes, Battle Meditation, Ascendant, Summons, Ascendant Element, Archmage Armor, Abundant Casting. Let's go with this. Okay, what do these give me? Fire Snake, less known. Burning. So this is fire spells added to list things known. Persuasion bonuses and poison. Hellbound. Persuasion. Immunity to fire. Fatigued, but not exhaustion. And then 15th immunity to exhaustion. Plagued. Save DCs increase. Pranked. Fairy Fire, Glitter, Dust, Confusion, Insanity. Wasting. Charisma, except for Persuasion. You can use Charisma. Common spells on save immune to disease. Immune to sickened. Immune to disease. Immune to nauseated. Wolfsguard face. Gain a bite attack and all this. Or Powerless Prophecy. You're forewarned of danger, but can't act to prevent it. Can you dodge? Improvement can you dodge? I don't know. I don't know what to get you. I guess I could just take the easy one and pick Enduring Spells. It's not as useful on him yet, but it'll be useful later. Oh, yeah, and let me do one last thing here. Spellbook. I want you to change what spells you have prepared. Haste. That seems fine. And then for Lich, let's see, what do we have here? We have Grease and Mage Armor. Mage Armor will be useful. And that's probably good. Next, here we have Bone Shaker and Mirror Image. Anything else I should grab? But that's better than that. Scare. When creatures, just frightens enemies. Command Undead. Make any undead creature fight on your side. So it's just Dominate. So that's not going to be useful for the coming situation. Weaken targets' defenses against poisons. This one. Power from Death. Okay, so I should probably take a look at these ones. Stinking Cloud I just picked. Let's see what else we have here. Corrupted Blood. Corrupt an enemy's blood, making it contagious. Targets nauseated for 1 round per caster level. Does not have a save? Fort Negates doesn't have a save. This does not have a save. This is a saveless spell that bypasses spell resistance. Holy shit, okay. That will be very useful. They don't? Like the bone... I don't actually remember that Oracle Curse. I mean, I can imagine it exists, but I just don't know which one it is offhand. Fortune Gates, Deep Slumber, Displacement, Haste, Fester. What does this do? Blocking healing abilities, subjecting spell resistance equal to that against effects that restore hit points. Mastery of Flesh. When used against an enemy, this spell deals 48 plus caster level damage to targets and 2d8 plus caster level to undead targets. When used on ally, it heals undead targets and living targets. And that is just... It just does it. It just does it. No save. No save. No spell resistance. Spell deals... That's it. It just deals damage. That's really strong too. Will save. Poison is a poison save spell. Power from Death is the one where I get a bonus on attack rolls, saving throws, and damage rolls for every dead creature in 30 feet. Plus haste. That lasts for rounds per level. Slow. Spit Venom. Sting, Climb, and Pierce Touch. Okay, so I'm thinking Mastery of Flesh. Mastery of Flesh or Corrupted Blood. Well, okay, so I'm currently... That's level 6. So that'll be 6 rounds of nausea for anything I target. Just no save, nothing. Just you're nauseated now. Which is very good. And while I'm at it, I've also got plenty of Phantasmal Killers. Yeah, that seems fine. Alright, let's go hunting dragon. Alright, let me just double check skills here. I actually don't know if I have full skill coverage or not. Guess we'll find out. Ah, it's a bunch of ash giants. Cool. Oh, right. Let me... This is all backwards.
You're irrelevant.
Oh god, you guys get out of there. Get the fuck out of there right now.
Victory is worth the
Oh, god damn it. I'm not mutagened up. That's what happened. I'm not mutagened up. I can't start with a mutagen off screen, so... There's the encounter. I can't chug a mutagen off screen, so that's what happened there.
Let's make this quick.
Ah, okay. Very cool. Let's turn-base this up. Oh god, a keeper left, really? Oh, fuck off! Ninja's already dead. Instantaneously.
Retreat is not an option. You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Oh, you know what's going on here? There we go. Seriously, guys?
Simply business.
Seriously, guys? What was I not? Why wasn't I? I'm confused. I'm confused. That's why.
You won't survive me.
Okay, I've managed to hit the enemies once now, it looks like.
It's your time to cease to
Okay, that's
exist.
two. I'm confused. I've managed to hit the enemy twice. 2 hits in the entire combat. Also, unknowingly becoming a lich seems like a good plan. Someone on the road, what's this? It does make sense as a curse, but it's also a weird curse. Like, oh god damn it, the dragon's here. What funny little things you have when you're afraid? Help us set the community as you all are. Okay, resist, fire, communal, please. Okay, let's see here. 14, 18, 40 AC. This is not going to work.
This is not my time yet.
Will you all seen enough blood? This is not going to work, is it? I don't think this is going to work.
Your orders, Commander.
Don't know, don't care.
Should we
I'm always
proceed
open
out
to
in the
ideas.
Trader's challenge?
Good.
Alright, let me reform in this. Go. Why am I healing for 6 hit points? What? Hey, what's doing that? What?
Oh, now what?
What is... What's the source of this? Like, what is doing this? I'm not complaining. What is going on? Oh! Oh! So because I'm within range of the Sword of Valor, I'm actually able to... Okay. Oh. When in doubt, save. Yeah, fair enough. Like, what is the area of this thing, then? It must be huge. I was gonna say, should I go stop by Delamere real quick instead?
Let's have some fun.
Oh, really? Fucking
You're
Nabasu?
irrelevant.
Really? And Nenio's instantly dead.
This was...
Oh, good. That's nice. Dude, we're using I can't remember. You're using Angel, right? So you get to go against his touch AC all that time.
Don't know, don't care.
Nenio machine gun with Hellfire Ray. Oh, that would work. That would do it.
Aside.
Does that mean that he gets sucked to hell because he's a demon? He died from Hellfire Ray? Hey, Kyoto. The young cleric of Aristil greets you with a shy smile. Yeah, I mean, I honestly prefer turn-based because it makes it easier to control what's going on. Like, just you have much more fine control over each of the turns, so it's easier to strategize and actually, like, get enemies to do what you want or get your allies to actually do what you want, which is the most important thing. Let's see. A young cleric of Aristil greets you with a shy smile. What an honor it is to see you again, Commander. Welcome to the Temple of Delamere the Blessed. As the temple's prior, I offer my greetings. At the word prior, the priest's face flushes pink. Remind me, who are you? They call me Kato, the shepherd boy. Well, that's what they used to call me, but it's not very fitting for a priest, is it? The cleric lapses into confused silence for a few moments. I come from a village near Lastwall. I've always been drawn to Aristil, even as a child. A cleric by the name of Jod once passed through our village, a kind old man. He looked me in the eye, a silly little kid, and he said, I see you're going to serve Aristil just like myself. And so I did. When I heard about your crusade, I set out to join it, just like my heart was telling me to do. At first, I was served as a novice under the venerable Rathmius, but now he's gone and I've been left on my own. Rathmius and I marched on Drezen with your forces. We fought in your host, and when the demons were driven out, I came here. This temple is centuries old. Aristil's worshippers would have come here in their hundreds in the past, but even now we get the odd pilgrim wandering in. That's why I want to take over this temple. Someone ought to take care of this sacred place. Oh yeah, probably, but I won't kill him just yet. I want to know more about this temple and everything connected to it. Where to begin? This temple is dedicated to Delamere. I mean, of course, it's a temple of Aristil, but Delamere was the prior of this temple. I mean, no, I'm the prior of the temple, and she's like its blessed Mother Superior, its patroness. The young man falls into a confused silence and looks pleadingly at you. What's it like to be a prior? Oh, it's terrifying. I live here alone, you see. People travel a great distance to come here, but I have been given an important task. Here in the World Wound, these temples are needed more than ever so that people don't lose their faith. But that doesn't stop my legs shaking in terror. When I think of my teacher Rathmius, rest his soul, I just feel like running away. I swear I would have run long ago, but one thing keeps me here. Aristil would not have granted me these spells for no reason. I cannot let him down, or the people. I can't let them down either. You say you're a coward, but you're in no hurry to leave this place, even though nobody's keeping you here. I know from experience how scary it is to be alone, surrounded by strangers. You're not as weak as you think you are. You're stronger than most. You're a pathetic child. You should have stayed home and grown turnips. The Crusade's no place for you. Kato pales, and he closes his mouth wordlessly, looking like a fish. At last, the young man meekly hangs his head. You would know best, Commander. I must be truly pathetic. I should have stayed at home and looked after the animals. What should I do now? Tell me about Delamere. She lived in these parts back when Sarkoris was still standing. She was a priestess of Aristil, and the Kelids deeply respected her for her hard nature and her unshakable faith. Aristil blessed her with various wonders, and the common folk knew that she would stand up for them. Delamere did not like city life. She said cities encouraged vile deeds and corruption of the soul. She said that people ought to live in small clans, where everyone knows everyone, where everyone is kin, and where every person has a duty to the rest. You can't hide your sins in a village. In a village, everyone knows what kind of person you are. She had a revelation. She would travel around the villages and see how many people lived there. If any settlement had more than 53 souls, she drove out all the rest and told them to settle elsewhere, because otherwise the villages would have grown and turned into little towns. Her methods were harsh, of course, but people still listened to her, because Aristil himself was on her side. She had an edge to her. She single-handedly chased off whole bands of marauders that harassed villagers. And after she died, this temple was built in her honor, in the place where Aristil gifted her with his relics. They say it was here that a white stag emerged from the forest and spoke to her in a human voice, telling her that she should hunt it, because it was the will of her lord. Delamere tracked that stag for 3 days and 3 nights through the forest, and when she ran it to ground, she made its antlers into a bow, and its hide into armor. And that bow never misses. And Aristil himself blessed that armor so that it repels the strikes of enemies. I never see you use Danse Macabre. Which one's Danse Macabre? Delamere the Blessed was wise. Kyato spells with pride, more than wise, and her temple has been entrusted to me, who was a mere shepherd boy not so long ago. They say Delamere looked after her animals in her youth, and look at all she accomplished. I want to know more about Aristil's teachings. Aristil is an old god, back from the times when there were no such things as towns. Simple he is, and good, and he wants people to be the same. He wants them to live in small settlements where everyone knows each other. He wants them to value the simple joys of life, and not vacuous pondering. He wants people to earn their bread honestly, through hunting, craft, farming, and fishing. He especially prizes hunting, of course, when it's for sustenance rather than sport. He is both stag and hunter. He favors both guises. Aristil does not like finery, and he demands no special ceremonies. He used to simply appear before hunters and rangers and offer his wisdom. But when he is angered, he is terrifying. If someone harms the country folk, takes pleasure in hurting animals, or spoils the crops, that person may well take an arrow from Aristil, and his bow knows no mercy. It is the father of all bows, for it was Aristil who taught people how to shoot. Ah, okay. Right. Everything is clear. It was a pleasure to be a service commander. I'm not using it because I don't have a full dead party yet, so there's a chance it'll damage my people, which I don't want. So that's mainly the reason why I haven't done it. Let's see. Nope. Have you seen anything suspicious in the area? The cleric swallows nervously and lowers his gaze. No, everything's quiet around here. There's nothing going on in this temple, other than that's for sure. Pilgrims have said there's a dragon flying around this area, snatching up travelers, and others say that's just a rumor. Things are quiet in the temple. Have you heard about my new powers? Kyato stares fearfully back at you. Yes, I've heard. It's a dark deed disturbing the dead. Nothing good could come of it. If anybody else had started openly using death magic, I would have immediately accused them of treachery. But it's you, Commander. The young man gives you a trusting smile. I guess dark times are truly upon us. If the best of the Crusaders has to resort to the most heinous of weapons, but the demons must be defeated somehow. There's one thing I can't understand. People say that Iomade gave you this gift, but that simply cannot be. She is a goddess, yes, but she has her taboos. Iomade would never bestow such powers on her priests. Does that mean that some other god has interceded for you and given you this power? I wonder who it could be. I need the services of a cleric. I'll be glad to help, Commander. I've kept all of Rathmus's scrolls, and I can even manage to learn a few of his tricks. I study languages so that I can read foreign scrolls. Rathmus used to call me a polyglutton. I never met a foreign language I didn't want to sink my teeth into. The young man seems to preen slightly. Okay, wait, he vented? Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Let's see what we got. Anything here? Ring of Pyromania. Ooh, what's this?
A waste of my time.
Are you fucking serious? I really need to, like, plan my party out for skill coverage more than anything else.
I managed it.
I managed it. I beg you, don't go in there. Oh no! The young cleric lets out a loud scream and addresses you in a quavering voice. I beg you, don't touch that door. I discovered a concealed door in the temple. Where does it lead? Kyoto's face goes gray, and he falters and stutters over his words. What door? Oh, the door! It's the cellar! There's nothing interesting about that door. Sweat breaks out on the cleric's forehead as he looks at you with pleading eyes. You're a terrible liar. Speak the truth before I lose my temper. Succeed at an intimidate check. Kyoto looks to be on the verge of tears. It's all Zenedra. She's a witch. She came here one night, threatened to torture me, and demanded I let her into the crypt. She said if her friends would be coming down here sometimes, and then she placed a curse on me. If I allow anyone other than initiated servants of Baphomet into the crypts without her permission, a brood of rats will appear in my stomach, and they'll gnaw me from the inside out. I want to live. I'm no warrior. I'm a humble shepherd. And I never said a word to anyone. Go in there and do things. Whisper. Go in. And you can't go in. There's no one in there now anyway. Zenedra hasn't been here for days. And they're so willing she won't come again. Cursed witch. I want to go inside the crypt. The cleric's resistance is hanging by a thread. His lips are trembling and his voice drops to whisper. The key, but right do you have to? As the commander of the crusade, I order you to give me the key. Kyoto guiltily hangs his head like a criminal caught in the act. With a trembling hand, he gives you the key. The final words sound unexpectedly crisp and clear. Don't go in there. Alright, so we're not going in there just yet. First, we're going to loot everything else. Disable that, please.
Why do I have to do this?
Because you're the only one.
Wait, this is not my time.
He's the only one who can do locks, but he can't fucking do locks, apparently. Okay, what was your fucking 6? So you need a 15 to actually disable it. I need someone who can do trickery on this team. That's for sure. Not right now. I don't need it right now, but I will need somebody on it, like, permanently.
Well, it's done now. Take a look.
It's in a book.
Move aside.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. What the hell's that lock? Anyway, let's take a look at this. Master! The first stage of the testing process was a success. Specimen 367 Finian Dismar turned into a sword on command. The sword possesses sufficient sharpness and the ability to adjust to the wielder's strike. Beheaded a crusader with a single blow. Clean cut, the blade is undamaged. Additional notes, the specimen makes unwanted noises resembling weeping. No reaction to threats.
Make way.
Why are there so many traps in this place?
I managed it.
Can't hide from me.
Oh, is she not that good or something? Anyway, let's cut to Kyoto real quick here. Alright, now is there anything I need to buy from him before I kill him? Like, I'm pretty sure all this stuff I can buy from Drezen as well, right? I've only got 33,000 to work with as is. All right.
How much longer, I
Well,
wonder?
I will do this first. All right, so I don't think there's anything I need from Kyoto, so let's go. The bloody remains of a person lie out in plain view. There are marks on the bones left by gnawing teeth, some of them human. Oh yeah, what happened? Is this post... Is this post Act 4, or is it Mutasafin when you're in Alushanira? Profane depiction of a bull's head drawn in blood.
Follow me! Or don't.
Glory be to Baphomet, Lord of the Ivory Labyrinth, unbridled consort of Lamashu, father of the Horn Brood, connive, maul, rut, and build labyrinths of lies in his honor. This is the will of his chosen priestess, Zanedra. Ah, yes. Well, in that case, don't tell me yet. Or tell me when I get to that point, rather. A diary found in a crypt. Mira is 3 days old. What a happy day! I'm strong enough to hold a quill again, and I can now write of my joy. My prayers have been answered at last. I prayed desperately for many years to the goddess of beauty and fertility, but they only responded with silence. Mother Lamashtu alone answered my prayers. Finally, Mira was born. It was difficult for me to bear her for 9 months, but looking into her golden eyes and seeing her pretty smile, I realized that all the hardships were worth it, and all the terrible rituals I wish I could forget. It's such a pity that my husband didn't live to see this day. Ah, fair enough. Well, again, let me know when he gets there. Mira is 6 months old. The wet nurse refused to feed her. She said that the baby bit her breast too hard and sucked out the blood. What nonsense. True, my little girl was born with teeth, but that doesn't make her a bloodsucker. She's my angel, and I'm sure the humps on her back will soon develop into little wings. Mira is 5 years old. Mira's 5, but I still breastfeed her. She just won't let go of me. I'm the only one who can bear her little teeth. The servants leave us one after another. They say they're frightened by rustling in the night, and that girls discover bite marks and bruises on their arms and legs in the morning. The housekeeper was the last to leave. She said she woke up at night to the sound of scratching up above the ceiling beams. She swears she looked up and saw Mira crawling across the ceiling. She showed me claw marks on the wood, too. But of course I told her it was all ridiculous. My baby sleeps blissfully at night. But the silly woman packed her things nevertheless. Mira is 5.5. Mira loves me so much, it's impossible to pull her away from my breast. It worries me that she doesn't want to eat vegetables. The cook complains that the little girl sneaks into the kitchen and snatches pieces of raw meat right out of her hands. My poor girl, no one wants to be friends with her. That's why she plays such strange games. Mira is 6. The cook has vanished. She probably ran away in secret. Mira slept all day. Her little tummy is so bloated. I'm afraid she might have contracted an illness from the uncooked meat. Mira is 6 and 1 month. I found what was left from the cook in the compost pile. I don't know what kind of animal chewed off her breast and ripped chunks of meat from her stomach. A wolf, perhaps? A rabid dog? Absent-minded, I did hear Mira come close. She laughed joyously, pointing her little finger at the rotting remains. A child's innocence! She didn't even realize what she was looking at. This may be the last thing I write in my life. My milk is not enough for Mira anymore. She wants more from me, and the wounds from her little teeth get deeper and deeper. Now I understand what happened to the cook. I'm afraid, but I'm her mother. I must be strong and give my child everything I can. Mira is near. I can hear her crystal laughter. Great Mother Lamashu, I beg you, care for her when I'm gone. She has no one but us. It's fucked up.
Move aside.
Alright, and now it's time to open. Burial rites fulfill several functions. They mitigate the psychological strain of parting with the deceased. They neutralize a source of disease-causing miasmas, and they suppress the spread of cannibalistic and necrophiliac acts in society at large. There are many ways of disposing of a corpse: burning, dissolution in harsh chemicals, ingestion by all members of the community, but by far the most popular method is burial. A grave protects the corpse against carrion eaters, serves as a place of remembrance, proclaims the merits of the deceased, and of course, and of especial importance, when all safety measures are taken, grave burial prevents the deceased from coming back and visiting their still living relatives. The commander examines the stone sarcophagus resting in the crypt of the Temple of Erstil. It was used as a feasting table for demons until very recently. Bones are scattered across the stone top of the sarcophagus. Some are easily identifiable as human finger bones. A human eyeball floats unappetizingly in a clay bowl, and next to it lies a half-gnawed ribcage. The commander decides that it is worth examining the sarcophagus. Bones are scattered across. Let's see. The sarcophagus is constructed from large stone slabs, crudely hewn but fitted together with skill. Each slab is so heavy that it is impossible to reach the contents of the sarcophagus. This was likely the intention of its creators. In some places, the stone is covered with intricate curling lines of symbols. The commander decides to examine the symbols on the sarcophagus. At first, the symbols are unfamiliar to the commander, but his eyes soon land on a familiar combination of letters. Delamere. This is the name the cleric Cato mentioned in his conversation with the commander. The sarcophagus undoubtedly contains the body of a priestess of Erstil, Delamere the Blessed. It is unlikely that the young cleric could have read this inscription, written as it is in such an ancient tongue. However, the information Cato provided is enough to help the commander unravel the mystery. On the lid of the sarcophagus, the symbols form a circle. The commander notices that the seemingly solid slab is actually composed of several pieces in this spot. The hairline joins between the fragments are almost impossible to see. In Sarkoris, there existed a funeral tradition in which the priests would place a magic seals such as this on tombs. The symbols on the seal were threatening. I guard the eternal sleep of Delamere. Cursed be any who dare to destroy me. The commander says that the seal on the spells on the seal could probably be broken. God damn it, Nenyo. On the lid of the sarcophagus, the symbols form a circle. The commander notices that the seemingly solid slab is actually composed of several pieces. Okay. After several failed attempts, Alexander Lickman abandons the approach. There's no guarantee that the spells on this can be broken at all without destroying the sarcophagus itself or disturbing the deceased remains. Say a prayer to Eristil. Nope. Alexander Lickman recalls a suitable prayer, but the stone seal shows no reaction to it. It's likely that the priests of Sarkoris worshipped Eristil in their own ways, and the sarcophagus is sealed with some little-known prayer used only in this region. Trickery. Failed. Alexander Lickman digs the tip of a knife in the join between the seal's fragments. He carefully nudges the blade until one of the seal fragments breaks with a loud crack. The stone lid quickly falls to pieces. With an ominous rumbling sound, the lid of the sarcophagus slides open. Inside the sarcophagus lie the remains of a female archer. The bones are held together by leather armor covered in the same symbols as those on the sarcophagus, and the skeleton's hands are clutching an impressive bow made from an antler. The revolting stench rising from the remains is almost unbearable. The commander, well, I rolled a 2, breathes life into the old bones and summons them into his service. Little green flames spark to life inside the empty eye sockets of the once blessed Delamere. With a crunching sound, the fingers of bone clench around the bow. Her body slowly rises from its sarcophagus and takes in the crypt with a hate-filled glance. From her gasping maw emerges a rasp of vexation. Who has dared? The dead priestess glares at you, green flames raging in her empty eye sockets. What have you done to me? How dare you desecrate my remains? With each word, air from her lungs whooshes out between her ribs. Your temple has been defiled and your priest revealed to be a traitor. Delamere draws a breath like she's sniffing the air. My country, awash with corruption. Demons, cities, they defile the soul. I was right. This cleric is nothing. Bow before me, Delamere. Delamere's proud back slowly curves into a bow, and through gritted teeth she hisses, Yes, master. I want to know more about you. The dead priestess sears you with her gaze. Can it be that my glory has faded, and you do not know of Delamere the Blessed, priestess of Eristil, who carries his bow, which always flies true? Or do you mock me? They say you were a great priestess. Is that true? I served Eristil faithfully. I carried out his will. I fought against the filth of cities, human hives. People should not live like that. No one should. Corruption seeps from the cities. I was the protector of villages. I guarded them against marauders, against city swindlers, against internal strife, against too many people. I was known, feared, respected, loved. How do you feel in your new form? The priestess' voice trembles with rage.
This is an abomination, a betrayal of Aristil. He has forsaken me. I can feel my own rot. I feel the corruption in myself. I would kill myself now, but Aristil abhors suicide, and Yul has bound me like a chain.
100% the best archer? Okay. Well, it's a good time to take her out for a spin, though, huh? Tell me about your armor and bow. The priest pride suffuses Delmir's voice.
They are the gifts of Aristil. He sent his spirit to me, a white stag. 3 days we vied with each other for stealth and speed. A noble fight. I did not eat the meat, but instead I offered it up to Aristil. And from the antlers and hide I made a bow and a breastplate. They saved me from brigands many times, and there were peasants who were not in favor of me. They ambushed me on my travels, but their knives could not penetrate my armor, but my arrows pierced them clean through.
I don't have any more questions. Delamere snorts haughtily and tries to offer a harsh retort, but the words stick in her throat, turning into a harsh rasp. I have a task for you.
I will obey, master, though being your slave is a torment.
I'll think of use for you later. Delamere's voice quivers with indignation.
I am not your dog. Carrying out your orders, the humiliation.
Stay here for now. The dead priestess nods silently, but her demeanor leaves you in no doubt of her hatred for you. So I can't take her? Okay, well... I mean, my options are lay her to rest, release her, and then do nothing. So, I guess I'm just leaving her. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe once I built the ziggurat. I begged you not to. Oh, Aristil. Oh, no.
Yet another obstacle. I'll split you in half.
Oh, he's dead. Ah, that's true. I'm not a full lich.
Make way.
No, let's take a nap right here real quick. Here's a curious fact about Cheliax. The White Plague is not a disease at all, but a series of murders and suicides orchestrated by cultists. You have just told me a fact that every 5-year-old in Cheliax knows, and you did not even stop to think before doing so. Your mind cannot keep up with your tongue. Oh, were you playing Plague Tale Innocence, or were you just talking about this? Oh, got some loot. I've heard it's a pretty good game. And there's a sequel coming out, which, honestly, a little surprising, but not that surprising. Need more games of that rat swarm tech.
How much longer, I wonder?
I see. That's why I was there. Ah, okay. Fair enough. The swarms have not truly begun, though. Let's get the fuck out of here. I don't need to worry about Kyoto for a minute. Oh, right. How does moving back to Drezen work with that teleport circle? Do I just click on Drezen and it teleports me? The hospital finished in 1 day. Do I have to have another location with a teleport circle in order to move to Drezen? Maybe? Okay, where's the Bone Squad? Why does it lose every time? I don't know why it's making me auto-lose these fights. Wow, okay. Speedy boy, huh? Let's get rid of you. Problem solved. Like, well, I lost, like, what, 3 units or something? What the fuck? I wiped out the entire army with minimal losses. What is this? What are they talking about? A gang of cutthroats who sold their conscience for demon gold has been destroyed. Their chief, a battle-hardened, scar-ridden mercenary laden with valuable artifacts, is hanging on the noose. The trophies he received for murder will come in useful for the Crusaders. Move you down. Okay, I guess not. So that has to go through the chapel, I guess. Do 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 bum 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 bum. Been a minute. Just going for the archers. Okay, got it. Just going for the archers. Okay, if I do this... Good, that finishes that off. Perfect. Let's go with you. Perfect. So let's see, this can get me 2 units, this gives me 4. Let's just heal you, I guess. And finish this off, if you would. Hooray! Easy! I lost 4 people who immediately got infirmarized. Yeah! It looks like the commander of this unit must have taken part in the attack of Canabras. What else would explain the item in his chest looted from the Tower of Vestral Museum that the Crusaders found? Indeed. What else? What the fuck is this army that just popped up? What is this other army? Where did you... Oh! Oh my! Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, so now I've got my first zombie recruit. this. Alright, that's fine with me. Crusaders who killed the cultists who were gathering an army of wild giants to storm Drezen. Now that Drezen is safe, workers can be transferred from the urgent strengthening of the walls to other important tasks. And I got another zombie or skeleton unit, which I can start taking down towards them. Oh my god, that's super goofy. Oh, that's super goofy. Let's call this Tactical Squad Alpha. And then I've got a bone, some random fuckos. I really don't know what to make of these. Like, what do I do with this? I got shield bearers, mounted scouts, rangers, and clerics. Didn't mean to do that. Let's see how much this does. 3, not bad. Oh, there's a water elemental too. I didn't even see that. Always with this. Always with the attacking the archers. Always with the attacking the archers. Well, there go those. Rip. I've lost 8 units of this currently. There we go. Perfect. Okay, right now, both of these are fine. This lost 2 units. I might as well heal you up so I don't have to worry about that. And dead. So let's see how many of my champions I get back from Infirmary. All of them! Sorcerer concept. A lich who wants to become a god creates a perfect frame for his body to inhabit. As the frame is sentient, it's only a small part of the year-long ritual. Mid-year, the frame escapes, now walks the earth with a child's innocence imbued with magic power. So, actually, that's... okay. That's an interesting idea. There is a... God, what was it? It was... There's kind of a similar concept in a manga that I read called The Sorcerer King and the Barbarian Queen Golem, I want to say. It's an isekai. It's a trash manga. What it is this guy gets dumped into the place and turns out he's got massive amounts of magical energy. Woo, but there's nobody else around and there's this weird maze that's there. And he's almost about to go in, but he decides not to. And then he walks around and it turns out that what the maze is designed to do is to, like, condition his mind so that he becomes, like, he becomes a different person, effectively. He becomes the person who created the maze in this body with all this magic power. Solve the mystery puzzles of all of them without looking it up. Oh, congrats! I imagine that the solutions aren't the same as the last ones, where it's just, line up the dominoes in a specific way according to this thing. Chasing elementals away to their home planes, Crusaders find a huge crystal filled with magical energy. It appears that it was imbued with the elemental force many years ago and convoyed to Drezen but never arrived. Its guards have perished, and the crystal itself, a powerful vessel of magical essence, has been drawing elemental spirits year after year. So hopefully Tactical Squad Alpha will be able to take care of this. Okay, this little bit of skeleton is going to come down here to try and join up over here at the Lost Crusade, Last Chapel. That's a Zombo. Okay, which demon army is approaching? I don't know which demon army is approaching. Oh, it's the one over there? Yeah, forget that. I don't care. It's all the way over that way. It's only a level 4 anyway, so I'll be able to deal with that, I think. And while I'm at it, let's see. Unit types. Now you need your own infrastructure to hire trainable units. To recruit infantry units, build the main barracks. To recruit range units, build the main shooting range. To recruit cavalry units, build the main stable. You still have access to mercenary units. These arrive in Drezen every week. The base stats of mercenary units are better than those of trainable units, but mercenaries require more resources and can only be recruited as a group in its entirety. If you're not satisfied with the mercenaries that have arrived in a given week, you can search for new units. The number of times you can search for free per week is limited, but it can be increased in time. Depending on the mythic path that you've chosen, you will gain access to decrees that recruit special mythic units to your cause. So I'm actually not getting any archers champions per week, it looks like. So that's how that works. I should probably see about building a main archery thing. Okay, like how much does a main archery thing cost? 500 and 250. 500 and 200. Okay, let's get these two built. So I'm gonna need what, 450? Oh, that's not it. 11,000. Ooh, that's a chunk of change. There we go. So in 3 days, I'll be able to start getting my regular foot soldier units and my archery units. And I'm not looking great on the cash front right now. Oh boy, I need cash. I need money. Alright, so let's have you folks start moving. I believe the technical term is ramblers start rambling.
Let's have some fun.
Got Nofashni and Nabasu. How many Nofashnis? 1, 2, 3 Nabasu. Wait, did I? No, it's there. Okay. boss. How many fucking 1, 2, 3, 4 Nabasu? Jesus Christ.
Simply business. Retreat is not an option.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
God damn it, dude. Spell. Fireball. Alright, now I'm unconscious. Sick. Okay. Yeah, right. I mean, doing that I think was probably healthy. He's dead now. I think the way I did it was probably the healthiest way I could have done it, because it means that I just have my units coming up, so I don't need to worry about anything else after that point. Okay, that army's moving. Our tactical squad alpha. Let's fight this battle. Like, oh, damn it, that's... Maybe I should change my orientation on that a bit. So, knowing this one's going straight for the archers again, because of course it is. Let's just knock this one down as soon as possible. Okay, that's one dead. Are instantaneous? Instantaneously dead. Instant death. That's that dealt with. Of course they go right for the archers. Fucking of course. Here, die. Oh, God. There's no meme. Die. Or at least I basically don't have to worry about the Hell Knights, because they're going to be... Don't worry about it. There were some living dudes there. I get the skeletons from them. Like, he's a living dude, basically. I'll just get the skeletons from this guy. It's fine. It's fine. Don't think too hard about it. Yeah, exactly. It works. So just don't think too hard about it. Don't worry about it. Just accept that you get free skeletons and stuff out of this. And now we just kind of cruise around on this one for a minute. I'm glad these things deal no damage, basically. Just nice, simple, easy to kill Earth Golems. Or Earth Elementals, I should say. Yay! I only lost all of my champions, who all came back because of my infirmary. God, that feels good. I thought they added in an infirmary bar. The fortress was a sanctuary for spellcasting demonologists. The fire that started during the battle spread to the libraries filled with blasphemous knowledge. The glow of this massive fire lights up the dark expanses from miles around. Yeah. Altar of the Dark Retrievers. A couple more losses than I would like out of that. Fucking okay, Jesus Christ. Just instantly kill that. Sure, whatever. That's cool too, I guess. There we go, Retriever's dead. And another bunch of fucking this. Are you just gonna nauseate me this entire time? Are you guys just going to nauseate me? There we go, much better. I'm glad I picked up this spell. That spell is very strong. I don't know why it's so quiet all of a sudden, but whatever. Oh, there's the infirmary size. Oh, it's hard to see, though. Alright, so let's just finish this. Let's end this. Hooray! I got everybody back. All the champions that instantly disappeared from the fight. A gang of demons hunting runaway slaves was not reckoning on facing the commander's conquering forces. Among the bloody corpses, the Crusaders discovered a dark god-forsaken altar, fashioned from the teeth of demons' captured victims and the webs of the monstrous mechanical spider retrievers. The soldiers clamored to burn it, but the more tactically minded officers decided not to rush into anything and pass it to the commander for examination. Alright, we got some shears and incubi. I guess the auto fight only really gives you excellent outcomes if you're significantly higher than the enemy forces. Like, very significantly higher. Let's get rid of this guy. These shears are going to be tough. Seriously? Can't even finish them? There we go. Alright, now are they gonna... Yep, right for the archers, as fucking expected. Right for the fucking archers. They can't not go for the archers. It's ridiculous. Okay, you guys are just gonna heal up. Reduce your losses for a second there. I mean, that's true, but it's like, it's annoying when the enemy does it, you know? Like, I pay good money for these people. Oh, whoops, that was the wrong one. Yeah! And they're all gonna get infirmaried. Man, that infirmary bar is actually very, very helpful. Begging for mercy, one of the imprisoned demons points at an inconspicuous crack in the rock that their unit had been ordered to guard until their arrival with a pack of slaves. Examining the crack, the Crusaders return to the commander and proudly display a handful of shimmering dust to him. The crevice is home to an adamantine lode. This rare and precious metal will come in useful to the Mandevian army. Oh, that's how that works. Okay. All right, let's see how this goes. Attack of Swell Alpha. Roll out. God damn it. I'm also out of mana, so this isn't going to go much better than that. Undead Horse. I got 2 casts. There's nothing here. I can wipe out most of these potentially. Are those ghouls? I think these are going for the archers again. There we go. Ow. Rude. Okay, time to shoot these ghouls. Yep, there it is, as expected. It's ghoul time. Ow. Okay, kill the ghouls. We're done there. Good. Let's get rid of this. Oh, ew, zombie horses. Oh, they fatigued me. Okay, we're still well within our limits for the infirmary. Good, 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 good. All right, now we're done. We're done here, basically. I wish there was an option to just press P on this. I was keeping a very close eye on my infirmary bar. Yeah, each of those Hell Knights is a significant chunk of that bar going up. Like, I can only take, like, 6, maybe 7 more Hell Knights in there before I'm full, which is bad. A good thing he's not even hitting a Hell Knight every 2 or 3 attacks now. Alright, so... yeah, that's what I thought. We're done here. We are done. Phew. And... nice. Dum, da, 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 dum. Here, during the First Crusade, the Radiant Sarenrae performed a miracle and granted the Crusader victory in a battle that was otherwise lost. Years later, during the Second Crusade, the Mendev Knights clashed with the Army of the Abyss here once again. They fought to the bitter end. But the miracle never happened again. The carnage was atrocious, and those who fell found no repose and rose again as the undead. Finally, they found peace in the flames of bonfires. The statue of the Sun Goddess was cleansed of blood and dirt, and from her chest and trembling hands, the Crusaders removed a sacred golden symbol from her chest, a relic long believed to have been lost. That's a lot of Earth Elementals. Alright, so I'll have to take out this fort on the next attempt. Can't believe you still haven't leveled up yet. God, I got so many of these. I'm gonna let that one sit. Yeah, that's great. I'm really appreciating that. Honestly. Okay. Oh, no. Let's get you over here. Join up with this unit. The Bone Squad is boning down. Combine you guys. I like how it applies to all my units, but also I hate that it applies to all my units. Like, I've got a lot of things. Ah, hey, look at this. Darren asked for an audience. Darren has filed a request for a public audience with the commander. It seems that he is either something important to announce or a new jest. And an army of thieves. A large group of suspicious individuals has arrived in the gates of Drezen. They wish to join the crusade. Officers have recognized a number of thieves and murderers among their ranks, and it seems that the newcomers are only interested in spoils of war. Should they be accepted? Raise the criminals as undead. Yes! Alright, so accept them. Rogues and bandits are recruited. Diplomacy points. Convicts. Raising heroes. 6 paladins, 6 marksmen, 8 marksmen are recruited at the commander's headquarters for 2,000 points. Or, death redeems all. 6 skeletal champions and 8 skeleton sharpshooters are recruited at the commander's headquarters. But it costs energy. Well, we're taking this, definitely. The necromancers will grant death to the criminals and raise them as obedient corpses. Then they will once again be cleared before the law. Oh, that's so good. Yes! Oh man, I love that. Like, what is this unit? Is it just... Yeah, it looks like it's just that. I'd love to know, how does flanking actually work in this game? Does it work? Alright, Bone Squad. We're boning down. We got a fortress in between me and an important story location. We're fighting this battle. We're fighting this battle by ourselves. I'm gonna raise these horses and other things as undead under my control if I can help it. Yeet. Two. That's it. Alright, that works too. There we go. So I got 37 back of those. That works. That was easy. Woo! So I guess what it is zombies are much tougher, but skeletons are stronger. Having buried those who died from the plague, warriors search the place and find a small grave where Sir Doland Regulor, a hero of the Second Crusade, rests in peace. They take care of the grave and clean dead bodies and dirt from a small oasis nearby, and the water instantly becomes clean, clear, and sweet. This place is much loved by spirits and gods. Let's go. Fight this battle. I need bigger armies to fight so I can just get more undead from them. Oh, someone above. Okay. There. Okay, that takes care of that. See if I can take care of this now. Yeah, that works. They're not even ticking over. Like, that's not even doing anything anymore. Are you? Slime. What is this? Unit unaffected, range attack deals damage force to the target, saving throw, make a reflex saving throw, offending saving throw, reduces speed to 0. Ah, okay. In that case, I'll just do, should I do that or Scorching Ray? Scorching Ray takes a little less energy. 1 less energy. There we go, problem solved. Oh, not my bone men. I wonder how they do the calculations for, like, who wins in an auto fight. It's very strange. Does not seem like it's calculated well at all, is my main point. Like, how do I lose that? I outnumber them and I have better strength than them, so why did I lose? How does that work? Okay, well, let's do this. Let's wipe out this unit. Oh, the zombies come out for a second. And one. There we go. Well done. Job done. And we're done here. I suppose so. I lost nothing from that fight. Honestly, having Infirmary on the Undead army is super powerful because if I don't lose anybody, it gets stronger. That's it. Crusaders attack the demons at a propitious moment when they were trying to sink a stash of cold iron nut ingots in the nearest sand swamp. That horde of metal would have been deadly to the beasts of the abyss and safely landed up in Mendevian warriors' care instead. Yeah, the Bone Squad's doing real good right now, though. I'll tell you what. Heart of Mystery all the way down there. God, these armies are actually pretty powerful, though. This might be the limit of where the Bone Squad can go. For the time being. Let me manage this. Let's see. How do I upgrade this one? What was the thing that lets me upgrade again? Citadel. Well, they're basically Crusaders, you know? They're doing more work than the actual Crusaders are at the moment. Okay, hold on. What was that thing called? I saw it when I was looking at Oh, no, it was a decree, wasn't it? It was a thing outpost to whatever. It was a decree that turns it over to another thing. Alright, so I think we're gonna invest here very quickly. In Keeper's Canyon. Place a couple things down to just really quickly up I've got my supply center going. Let's build an inn. That's all I can afford right now. But as soon as this is done in one day, I'll have more material points coming in, which I can even use to buy more stuff. Because I'm currently getting, what? 23 per day? So more of those will get me more of that. And then I can only build one inn. I can only build one supply center. No recruitment growth means I can't build a garrison, barracks, or garrison or archery range. So Citadel on the enemy storms the outer walls. So I need Watchtower after this point. Or actually, maybe I should just wait and see if I can upgrade this place more. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's go back. Let's go back to Drezen real quick. I'm going to see what other sorts of things I can build while I'm in this area. Man, Delamir's going to hate what I've done with the place. Absolutely hate it. So what else can we build here? This is energy bonus to all generals. Apothecary is... this is a training thing. Only one Drezen can be built for each fort except Drezen. So you can actually spam these. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at that once I get them. I still don't have them. Engineers' workshops. Awesome. Building construction. Only one engineer's workshop build in total. I already have a hospital, right? Yeah, I do. Oh, I could build a hospital zone, too. So one watchtower, one hospital in Keeper's Canyon might be pretty good. Oh! that's handy. Yeah, once I get my stuff going, I should really kit out some of the stuff on like the eastern edge of the area, because I'll be able to like leave that effectively alone and just let it build up my resources, which will be very helpful for pushing forward. Okay, Bone Squad and Tactical Squad Alpha are both currently completely tapped out. Let's skip a day here. Tactical Squad Alpha, you are going to move in and try and take out this fort. So I'll move in here, take out this fort, hopefully. To 54, 4 to 20. Let's take this. That's a lot of units on that one. Are you fucking serious? Instantly killed them all. I had nothing. I could do nothing there. Instantly! My infirmary is full now because of that. My infirmary is totally full after that. And he just keeps doing it. He just keeps doing it. He just keeps doing it. Okay, let's try that again. I think I'll take the auto-resolve this time, because that's a better result than I'm getting. Okay, no, it's not. It is not a better result than what I'm getting. Why did it win last time, then? You know, I'll take the auto-resolve. The auto-resolve doesn't include commander powers, that's for sure. So I lost. I got all my Hell Knights back. Okay, that'll do. Huge clefts have been hewn into the rocky land, leaving only a high, narrow passage, wide enough for a rank of only 5 soldiers. Demons put up a fierce defense of the cliffs above, but were slaughtered, so now Crusaders can take control of this advantageous defensive position. Okay, Scorching Ray. Let's go Scorching Ray. That's a good one, actually. Alright, that works. I lost nothing from that. Oh, I forgot I had these undead. I forgot I was getting those undead from there. Okay, zombies move very slowly. So I'll probably move here. Oh, I'm not going to do anything. I don't have enough damage to fight these guys right now. I straight up do not have enough damage. Like, this thing will do how much? How much does this spell do? 4 to 16, 27, 30... Oh god, this is not going to go well. I'm doing 4 to 9 on a hit with these things. Oh god, it's enervating me too. That's what's going on. Okay, this is not going to work out. No, I think they understand what the deal is. It's like a good-natured black humor kind of thing, you know? They'll get what's up. Okay, so I'm not going to do this. I'm going to have Tactical Squad Alpha hole up here for the time being. Bone Squad, you are going to make your way back up here. You are going to be the ones to deal with this mess. First off, actually, where's my skeletons at? One skeleton's at. You guys can team up. Now you move over here. Skeletons! Okay, I'm going to have you move over to... this is a good spot, actually. Moving you over there will get you into position to help out. Similarly, move you there. Why did you stop? I don't know why you stopped. Hey, got some Hell Knights. Hey, that's nice. That's actually useful. The Bone Squad, make your way up here. Let's go. Skip a day. Please stop doing this, Bone Squad. It's very annoying. Please stop doing this. It's very annoying. Okay, you join up. Reinforce. Alright, we have more skeletons over here. They're just waiting to come in. Some even more skeletons. Okay, this Hell Knight army I'm actually going to have come over this way. Because you know what? I'll slap the Hell Knights into Tactical Squad Alpha afterwards. But at the very least, what they can do is they can provide some additional support to the skeletons. Okay, it's time. Let's go. Bone Squad, let's bone up. God, I lost so many. Oh, jeez. I lost a lot of units on that one. Drop you first. One damage? Are you fucking serious? Bruh. At least that's dealing good damage. Okay, get rid of this one real quick. Man, they're just wailing on those Hell Knights. Well, all back. Okay, next heal there. Oh man, look at that infirmary just got cleared right the fuck up. Let's do that. There we go, problem solved. So I guess Hell Knights are actually terrible against undead? It's a weird takeaway to get from this. For whatever reason, it just will not do any damage against, like, either of these. You need undead to fight undead, I suppose. Oh, you know what? It's probably because of the innovations that were on him. That's why. The innovations are probably what's reducing my damage here. Zombie Ash Giants? Ooh, that would be sick. Dracolich, I would be surprised. I would be seriously surprised, but it would be super cool. It'd be a welcome surprise, to be sure. There we go. Wow, no damage. Sick. I wish there was an auto attack for this. Seriously, this is taking. I'm done here. These guys aren't going to win at this point. I'm just taking a victory lap and waiting for them to die slowly. Weird. Why wasn't it attacking just then? Maybe it failed to save of some kind? And rolled minimum damage. Sick. So the zombies have a huge swing on their damage. I lost a single Hell Knight. Nice. Oh, shit. Okay, fair enough. The mine was once filled with the undead, but now has been cleaned. When demons got close to the mine to save themselves, the miners blocked the entrance, hoping that help would arrive before they starved to death. Alas, help never arrived, and those traps suffered a truly horrific fate. Bone Squad! 10% more experience points and additional feat at level 20. This actually seems very useful. Alright, Hell Knights, you're forming your own squad, and by that I mean I'm getting you out of the army, because the Bone Squad only has room for bones. Feels good to have a full squad back. Okay, you're going to go help out Tactical Squad Alpha here. Tactical Squad Alpha is up to level 6. The Bone Squad. Where should I send the Bone Squad now? I think what I should probably do is have the Bone Squad be my expeditionary force. And have Tactical Squad Alpha be my, like, internal defense force. Big ol' Nofashni over there. Can I not recruit more undead? Like, is the only way to get undead just by killing things? Probably. Jeez, oh my god, that's a lot. That's a lot of demons. Okay, so there's a patch down there that I'm gonna have to clear up. There's stuff between here and Green Gates. It's a rock. That's a general. I'm gonna have the Bone Squad come over here and start helping out clear this, because this mess needs to be cleansed as well. What even are these giant spiders? Lead the Dragonflight? That sounds radical! Okay, so you can't move. Got it. Yes, attack the Zombos. Attack the Zambambis. Yes, keep attacking the Zambambis. Go ahead. Or no, don't attack them. Hey! That's what I like to see. Alright, just hang out, I guess. Hang out. Did it! I did it! A dragon's unit, though, would be fucking sick. Although probably not that strong, honestly. It can't be that strong, right? The grove had long been dry and dead. The spiders that once occupied it have been slaughtered. Monstrous web cocoons hang from the branches, containing the remains of their victims and a certain number of useful items that miraculously were not dissolved in the spider's corrosive drool. Don't ask how I got any kind of skeleton out of that. I don't understand. Voracious Jumble. Oh god, it's one of these. 3 to 15. 2 to 22. Let's give this a shot. Yep, as expected. Alright, Panajai. 49. Oh my god, I'm already full up on my infirmary. And now I'm not. Suck it, loser. And away it goes. You'll love to see it. When you build your ziggurat, you get a couple of undead advisors who suggest various undead units for recruitment, so killing is the only way. Oh. Yeah, well, my ziggurat is currently being built. It has most of a month left to go, but it is currently under construction. Let's see. The monsters that opposed the Crusaders were truly abominable. Their bodies manifested weird mutations, extra eyes, unpaired limbs, mouths in their bellies, and withered half-grown heads, helplessly dangling on their shoulders. The leader of this heinous cohort was just a pile of moving flesh who struggled to retain its humanoid appearance. Even as it died, it continued to stir a monstrous brew in a large, rotund cauldron. Shuddering with disgust, the Crusaders peered inside the cauldron and managed to retrieve some of its hideous contents. Chunks of bodies belonging to demons, mortals, and other unknown creatures, twitched convulsively, still alive. The soldiers did not know what to do with this vile trophy and delivered it to the commander. Thanks, guys. Big help. Okay, let's take a look. How is my... Ah, there it is. Irvith's breakdown, which has occurred before the assault on Drezen, still haunts her mind. She should be reminded that she was, is, and will always be a hero in the eyes of the soldiers by appointing her as a commander of a small squad of Crusaders. Unfortunately, because Erebeth is occupied as a squad leader, her duties in the Crusades command have to be transferred to someone else. Let's see. Expeditionary Corps, the Order of the Nail, is ready to set out for Drezen to aid the Crusaders with bringing the light of civilization to the savage wastes of the Wound. Some strange drunk claims the commander is obliged, just obliged, to grant him an audience. Commotion in the commander's study. On the orders of persons unknown, a crowd of servants has dragged an object into the commander's study. Aha, I see. The ziggurat has 25 days, so I'm basically locked down on my logistics until that point. Mildly annoying, but, you know, what are you gonna do? Which one are they talking about, though, when they say this? Like, which outpost are they talking about when they want this here? I have no idea what I got from that. I got some kind of artifact thing, but I have no idea what it is. Oh, is it just you get a new one that you can outpost? Alright, makes sense. Pass the decree? Alright, let's do it. I just didn't realize it's like a generic thing, because I got multiple of them. Alright, Logistics Council, Economy, Army. Death redeems all. Also might as well grab that while I'm at it. All units just have better damage. Yeah. Alright, don't have enough resources for this at the moment. I'm sitting on 97 material points. Yeah. Oh, right. I can actually... Forgot while I'm here. No. Manage this. Now, what is the area that this thing controls? Is that like the entire territory? I guess. Anyway, that'll be set up eventually. So as long as I'm fighting in this... I guess what it means is as long as I'm fighting in this zone, I have +1 now from that watchtower, once it's done constructing, at least. Right, Bone Squad is no longer moving. Tactical Squad Alpha... I'll have you move over here and head into this spot, because I want you to take care of that thing before it becomes a problem. Anyway, now that I've dealt with that nonsense, I can finally get back to what I was doing. We're just heading to Grimwood. Oh, it's the dragon, I bet. Watch it be the dragon again. Yeah, sure is the dragon. There should be true believers It's especially difficult to pay. They don't become so rare, even among Crusaders. Okay, let's delay until after Darren here, I think. Nenyo, you just run far away. Actually, no, you still delay until after Darren. Okay, Darren, cast... you have Protect in between, don't you? Yes, you do. Okay, so Regil, you're going to come over here and just attack this a bit.
Retreat is not an option.
Nenyo, you're going to run very far away. Man, you can take a pot shot or two.
The wrong mongrel.
Skeletal Vanguard. I'm also going to have you run away because you are not doing great on the old not dying thing.
I'll split you in half.
Simply business.
Out of my sight!
There he goes.
You won't survive me.
Oh my god, are you fucking for real? Well, trust me, Brad, you're hardly worth it. I'll kill you another time when you have a little more beat on your bones. La 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 la. This dragon's gonna be a bitch to deal with, isn't it? Again. I want to say it's down this way and then up. Yeah, there it is. Boom, 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 boom. It's not good. That's fortunate. Yeah, well, I'm gonna just save here real quick. I'm just gonna call it right before dragon ambush. Okay, so it's just not great. Greybear meticulously scans the surrounding area and appears pleased with the results. The talon-like hooks of several collapsible spikes protrude from his pack. The dwarf produces a small, tightly wrapped bundle from his pocket, and its pungent smell fills your nostrils. Come here. This is where we'll set up an ambush for the dragon. Let's light as many fires as we can, so she thinks there's a whole caravan staying here overnight. You can be sure she won't resist such easy prey. How did you plan to lure the dragon here? We'll act like a group of careless foragers, ordinary hunters looking for wild game to provision the Crusader army. Let's go out hunting, then we'll hang the carcasses up on hooks to clean and gut them. When the dragon catches the scent of blood and sees the fires, she'll think we're inexperienced nobodies. After all, no skilled hunting party would draw so much attention to themselves. Easy prey, you see. Then, when she swoops down upon us, we'll pounce on her instead. What's that stench? It's frog's eye, some herb from Magnamar used as seasoning by the Varisians. I'm not sure they can eat anything without it. The heat of the fire will cause the smell to rise up in the air where the wind will carry it far and wide. The dragon will surely catch our scent and take interest. Dragons have a heightened sense of smell, and their sense of taste is even more discerning. The beast won't be able to resist the chance to try some strange new kind of meat. Let's get started. The dwarf nods his approval. He is calm and composed as he readies himself for battle, but his eyes shine with excitement. This is going to be a fine ambush. Alright, really quickly, I'm just going to check something. Nope, still working. Okay. I can see your commander. Get ready to fight. Sound the alarm. Okay, now, do I get to rest after that one? No. Hold on, let me just take a quick nap. Don't fine. It's
They
just
say the worthiest fighters become devils in hell. If it's true, it's only fair. Lazy fighters can retire, but for true warriors, death is no reason to shirk one's duty.
thanks, Regil. Okay, here we go. It's a bright, sunny morning. We're all rested.
No, don't care.
All rested, all healed.
I don't need anyone's sympathy.
Adayana. Unimosi travisi. Unimosi travisi. Na ea. Anishrim sukino.
Alright, we got nauseating. All these buffs are lasting for a day. Good, good, good. Alright, mage armor up too, why not? Good shit. Alright, so you are all maged up. I'll just have you cast the haste when time comes.
Your orders, Commander.
You don't really have much of a thing
Ready to
there.
move out.
Okay, mirror image on yourself. Okay, bull strength can go on Grave War. What are you? Are you strength or dex? Your strength. Okay. Displacement is rounds per level. Haste. Intense image. How conjuration. Okay.
Meditate on your
Land.
mistakes.
Bark skin yourself.
Might make you feel better. Skip the pleasantries.
Oh yeah, almost definitely. Like they would love having a devil on the team. 100%. Protection from fire. Communal. Alright, let's resist fire as well. Eagle Splendor yourself. Let's will save land here. Will wisdom on land. Minute per level shield of faith. Remove fear. Oh, probably. Man, just bring Regil along with you when you finally choose Devil. That's just what you gotta do. Let's lifelink. How do you lifelink? Like, how do you set a lifelink? How do I actually use this? Oh, lifelink N? No. I don't know how to lifelink. Like, who? How?
To defeat an enemy,
Oh, well.
you
whatever,
must
it's probably
either
fine.
break their body or crush their spirit.
Alright.
You must decide which is weaker.
Now what?
Let's
Kneel before
fucking
me.
go.
Heads will roll!
This one's mine.
Endure this! Smear them!
What can I use here? I got magic missile. And I can stand right here next to Nenyo. And then do, I don't know, bless, bless, bless.
Aboran, Tempest.
It's your time to cease to
Okay, Reginald, go.
press the attack.
Sick. Sick.
Make every strike count.
Every hit needs to do 20. Yeah, there's corrupted blood. Love to see it. I did a little bit of damage with the magic missiles. Like little teeny amount of damage.
Stagioni Savitur.
Alright, I'll have Darren just do that on his turns. Studied target Swift.
You're in my way.
Are you fucking serious, bro? It's my chaos.
Retreat is not an option.
There we go. I finally got a hit.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
I don't.
I got a hit. One of them what? It made through. 30 SR, Jesus Christ. No, I think I can do this. I think I can at least do this one. It's basically not able to attack for a minute there. Let's do this. Fails to overcome spell resistance. Sick.
You had your chance.
Kneel before me.
Wow.
You won't survive me.
Out of my way!
Okay, come on, what have we got? How about Snowball?
Stagioni Savitur.
Fails to overcome. I rolled an 11. Actually, I don't think I can overcome it, can I?
Simply business.
This one's mine.
Endure this.
Anything else I can use here? Affected by spell resistance.
Inimos Travis.
Here, have some hits. Alright, what else we got? Fireball. Good old fireball. Did not overcome spell resistance.
Damn it all!
You will regret this. I will remember you, and we will meet again. I promise. Well done. The wound is deep, so she loses a lot of blood. After her. Ah, yes, it worked. I dealt damage to her by using my thorn body. Yeah. Also, why are you taking damage to? Oh, Darren's taking damage from the thing, isn't he? Why am I taking damage? What?
Rules are made to be broken.
Okay, let's end the lifelink. There we go. I did it! This is not going to work out for the actual fight, though. I'm going to have to bring Ember for this. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize mirror image is actually, like, splitting the image. It's not just... it's not just creating multiple models for the character. Like, when I moved past Nenyo just then, it actually showed my image showing up elsewhere. The ground is covered in fresh dragon blood and deep claw marks. The winged silhouette soars high up into the night sky and heads east, doubtless towards her lair. The assassin gives the commander a thumbs up and throws his pack over his shoulder. The ambush was a success. Serious loss of blood, though not fatal, caused the dragon's heart to compensate by contracting more rapidly in order to oxygenate the muscles. This makes it more difficult for her to breathe and weakens her wing capacity. The lack of oxygen then leads to convulsive seizures that force the dragon to descend for short rests. It takes her the entire night to travel the distance she could normally cover in a few hours. Bueno. Alright, let's move... God, where is it? It's over... Where is it again? It's there, right? Past Green Gates? I want to say that's where it is. I don't remember offhand. Is it this way? Okay, we got some Darachni, some Nabasu.
Make every strike count.
I'll split you in half.
Oh god, how many Nabasu are there? Fuck. Nope, it's saved. Unfortunate.
Press the attack!
It doesn't work? How weird.
Immediately goes for fucking Darren.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Let's go with this. Jesus Christ, they're just all going for Darren, it feels like. Okay, Nenyo, what are you gonna do now? Can you, like... Oh, this will work.
Retreat is not an option.
There we go.
It's your time to cease to exist.
There we go.
You won't survive me.
Nice rolls. Nice rolls.
I don't like you!
I don't think I have the channeling I need. 90% sure I don't have specific the channeling spells I need. Who needs healing? Lan. Darren needs healing. Hey, you like Phantasm? Yeah, boy, does he not like it. Oh.
Kneel before me.
You're in my way.
Endure this.
Nice. Boy, did he not like that Phantasmal Killer.
Move aside.
Delicious. Needed a 20 on that save, I'd like to point out. Oh, shit. God damn it. Okay, Nenyo, can you please go to this pit? I forgot about the pit for a minute. Oh, there's the bloody trail. next is the Bone Squad? Bone Squad's over here. See if I can take care of these demonic whatever the fucks. I don't believe that for a fucking second. Not one moment. 15 to 34. Do this. I'll start damaging this one, I guess. I don't know why the damage numbers have disappeared. That's weird. There we go. Yeah, that's true. There's got to be a couple. Like, there's got to be, like, maybe you get... You know, I bet as a Lich you get to resurrect Tyrendolith. Which is pretty rad. There's got to be other dragons. Like, you probably get Helesiax, or Haliceliax, whatever his name was, to at least fight the demons, if not the cultists, but who knows. Now we're done, and I'm gonna get a bunch of corpses out of these elementals somehow. I don't know how. So does anyone know how, like, flanking works in this game? Seriously, like, I don't... Does flanking exist in this game? I suppose that's a better question to ask. Hey, did it! Easy peasy. How does flanking work on this? Is it like... That's regular flanking. Unexpectedly, the enemy leader's tent turns out to be ship-shaped and tidy. Behind glass, an Arcanamirium magical college diploma hangs on a post. In the chest, there is a ceremonial graduation robe and several magical inventions and patents, the brainchildren of the late cultist leader. One can only speculate on the tragedies that made him lead such a wretched existence. Fireball! Oh, okay. Oh, well... Oh, man. Black Dragon would be super cool. You go Gold Dragon just to corrupt into a different kind of dragon? That would be so cool. But also kind of dumb. But also so cool. Anyway, so this section of the World Wound has now been cleansed. Got a bloody trail over here. Weak spots are right here. Like, basically, this is going to be a pain point. Because I can hook up right here and cover that way. But generally speaking, this area is now clean. So if I get a strong enough army here, I can just hold this entire zone. Alright. Tactic Squad Alpha. You are hanging out here for the moment. I'm going to have you head over in this direction so I can start clearing a path towards the demon army in that section. Is this something? Yes, it's a faster route. Oh, sick! Hey, skeleton champions and skeleton sharpshooters. Yeah, baby. That's what I like to see. All right, let's just really quickly see what's over this direction because I don't remember. Continue on my way. Okay, there's an army down there. That's what that one is. Past the green gates.
Let's make this quick.
Oh god, that's a lot of ash giants. That is a lot of ash giants.
This one's mine.
Hold on. Can I just do this? Let's cast web. Just throw web right here. That's good.
Yes, yes.
Out of my way.
Out of me way! All those giants got webbed up, so that means it's going to be a ranged
I will see to your
attack
demise.
bonanza later.
You had your chance.
Did you fucking fail?
Make every strike count.
Press the attack.
I can't believe I fucking failed on that save. God damn it. Here we go. Excellent.
I'll split you.
There
in
we go.
half.
Alright, you are gonna just start taking pot shots at these guys, I suppose.
Precision
And
grace.
fail. You did. Great Boy's fucking stopped. Do they really not fail the saves in the end?
You've crossed the wrong
Land,
mongrel.
please, land!
Retreat is not an option.
God, these saves. I thought they failed. I guess they must have made their saves after. Alright, well, you know what else this calls for? Good old hole in the ground.
Yes.
At least two of them failed. Away they go.
Smear them.
Seriously?
The end.
Fucking... God damn it.
I'll make short work of this.
Simply business. I must withdraw.
This is not my time yet. You won't survive.
I mean, it would be if you fucking hit anything. God.
Kneel before me.
Okay, spell... How about a haste? Good old haste. There goes the giant into the pit. And a new giant has popped out, it looks like.
I don't like you.
Out of my sight.
It's your time to cease to exist.
There goes land. There we go. Jeez, fuck. Ooh, boy, it didn't like that. It didn't like that one bit. Okay, do I have any more attack spells? I have a real web. Nope, just Phantasmal Killer. Which one do you use least damaged? Saved. Rolled a nat 20. Alrighty.
I will see to your demise.
You're in my way.
Into the pit it goes again. Failed one of the saving throws. I don't know which one though.
Press the attack!
God damn it, Rigel! Seriously? Let's do this. Why? Will saving throw failed. Fort saving throw succeeded. God damn it. Also, I just saw the message. Gonna watch Jason's Wrath of Righteous streams when you're not streaming. Possibly. I'll have to find VODs of them so I can catch up on them, but I have a lot of other stuff I'm watching when I'm not streaming. My watch later playlist is currently somewhere in 100 videos, and I'm watching them at ×4 speed to try and get through all of them. So, it's maybe. Maybe. Is all I can say to that.
Out of my way!
Fucking, god damn it. Okay, let's just real quickly cure serious wounds on Greybor. Go, Healbot, go.
You had your chance.
Okay, Regel's stuck in the thing still. Okay, I'm just gonna have Nenyo. You've got nothing you can do that's useful anymore apart from getting rid of this pit. Nope, that was the web.
I'll spring you
Nope,
in
into the
half.
pit. Shit.
Simply business.
How do these guys keep getting out of the pit so easily? That's what I want to
This is
know.
not an option.
Like, all my characters keep falling into the pit, and they're just coming out of it like easy peasy, no problem.
Nice try. Didn't work though.
Damn it all.
There was a flaw in our tactics.
God damn it. Okay, Greybor, you're the only one left. Skeleton's down for the count as well. So, just heal Greybor.
It's your time to cease to exist. Victory is
Oh,
worth
fuck off! I'm not going to look at that image because it's the Nenyo one, so I'm just not going to look at it. Okay, dim door, back to Drezen. Okay, Bone Squad and Tactical Squad are currently full up, so enter. Gotta deal with this nonsense that's about to pop up. Just got a bunch of emails. None of it was important. Yeah, that's the deal with being connected. Modern connectivity. Woo. Hello. A Kelid in a well-worn travel robe with a deep hood offers you a respectful bow. His voice is quiet and emotionless.
March, march. All I do is march.
Greetings, Commander. To be granted an audience with a finger of such importance is a great honor. Your victories have impressed and inspired me, which is why I wish to do my part in the Crusader struggle.
Who are you? The visitor's quiet words sound like the rustling of pages, dry and impersonal.
My name is Veg, and I'm a Kelid. My lineage dates back to the Sarkorian clans, and bonds of kinship have always been sacred to my family. When the world wound opened, my ancestors fled Sarkoris, but they did not forget their homeland. Even before the Crusades began, my great-great-grandfather marched in defense of our people. He perished, as they all did. My great-grandfather and his eldest sons joined the First Crusade. My grandfather joined the Second. Our family's warriors have fought in every crusade, and that is why our bloodline is now extinct. They say this crusade will be the last, and so I've come, alone, for there's no one else. Alas, I'm no warrior, but I still wish to be of use to you.
How do you plan to help? His words, devoid of color and emotion, run together to form a monotonous, endless stream.
For 23 years, I've been gathering documents on Sarkoris. They contain numerous mentions of the history of the Blackwater clan. The clan was beset by demons, and its members had dedicated themselves to creating a powerful weapon against the Worldwound. The clan needed more time, but no support came from their neighbors, and so the Blackwaters were destroyed. But the fate of the clan is not important right now. What's important is that, thanks to certain ancient maps, I've been able to pinpoint the location of their settlement. If you go there, you'll be able to verify my findings, and if you happen to find a weapon that will help you fight the demons, it'll bring me satisfaction and pride. My life will have purpose.
What kind of weapon was the Blackwater clan working on?
My thoughts on this matter are pure speculation. Perhaps it was a blade that could cut down even a demon lord, or an artifact that could call upon an endless host of spirits, or a circlet that could reverse the flow of time or erase the planar invaders from reality. The Blackwater clan operated in secrecy to protect their work from spies, unfortunately an ever-present concern, and to avoid drawing the demon's attention before the time was right.
Oh, he's not quite a robot. You have an odd way of speaking. His pale, expressionless face twists into a poor approximation of an apologetic smile.
I am a scholar. I know how to speak through manuscripts and prefer to express my thoughts using my quill instead of my tongue. Social interaction is not my area of expertise, so I ask for your understanding when it comes to my rather rudimentary communication skills.
Yes, there are, in fact. There is an entire country of robots. Well, not entire... The country isn't entirely robots, but there is a country where there's a bunch of robots. Thank you. I'll put this information to good use. He bows deeply.
It pleases me to be of use to you.
So, also, fun fact, that is the quest that Carnage put in the game. That's the backer quest he put in. I guess he just likes tech stuff. I haven't actually watched him. I just kind of vaguely know him and then know his voice from Anton, I think it was, and the optimistic voice? Yes, but anyway, robots in Pathfinder. The country of Numeria is a country which is basically founded on technological artifacts from a crashed spaceship that landed on the planet. And that's where androids are also located. In Iron Gods, you fight robots, androids, cultists, and create an ascendant AI in order to stop an AI overtaking the world. If I remember correctly, actually, what happens at the end of Iron Gods is if you fail... I'm trying to remember if this is accurate or not, but if you fail the ending of Iron Gods, if you fail the ending of any adventure path, there's always things that, like, they always have back matter that tells you, like, okay, this is what happens because you failed. These are, like, adventure hooks for new people to try and go and save the world. For example, Reign of Winter. If you fail Reign of Winter, Elvana, Baba Yaga's daughter, Queen of Irison, increases her plan to spread cold to the entire planet. So the entire planet sort of becomes chilled in a new ice age. It gives you notes on, like, this is what happens, this is sort of how she reacts with other countries, how other countries interact with her, that whole thing. In Wrath of the Righteous, if you fail at the end, it gives you a fairly extensive timeline of how the World Wound expansion increases over time. So it tells you, like, after 6 months, this is how much of the World Wound, how much of Galarian has been taken over. After 12 months, this is how much. After 2 years, after 3 years. And it gives you, like, this expanding line. If I remember correctly, the end of the line is basically Cheliax? Like, Cheliax, it basically covers most of Path of Galarian, and Cheliax starts, like... Cheliax is, like, the last line defense, if I remember correctly. It's that or Last Wall. I can actually take a look real quick. So if I go to... Okay, actually, the easiest way is just to open up the game. So I want to go to game... Where is it? Games. And I open up the Pathfinder stuff, Adventure Path, Wrath of the Righteous. I want to get to City of Locusts. There we go. So if we go to City of Locusts and we go to the back material in the book. By the way, if you want to see what Arilu Vorlish used to look like, give it a second. If you want to take a look at the old version of Arilu Vorlish. Who the fuck's calling me? I have no idea who that is. So anyway, this is, this right here, whoops, is the original version of Arilu Vorlish. Take a look at that. We have a very different version nowadays. Like, this is basically a different person entirely. Anyway, if we scroll down here, I want to go to back matter, which is Beyond the Campaign. Their legends following victory. Let's see, when heroes fall. If the heroes fail to close the world wound, demons stream into Galarian as rifts open throughout the northern reaches of Avstent, an event the people of the Inner Sea refer to as the Fall. The abyssal scar on the world tears itself 10 times larger, and Daskari's army surges with new recruits. What follows are accounts of what might happen around the Inner Sea if the PCs fall. I'm pretty sure he does, yeah, unless you, like, don't have him there, period. Ah, there it is. Here's the map. Okay, I want to... There we go. So here we are. This is a map that just shows you, like, the expansion of the world wound after the end of the campaign if you fail. So you can see, like, there's the world wound area as it starts, and then after each successive period of time, it just starts growing larger and larger until it takes over, like, this entire area. Just completely ruining everything up there. So at the point, Last Wall, yeah, Last Wall is a bastion there. Like, these areas are taken over, this whole mess. So then you can start off there. If I remember correctly, like, the Mammoth Lords actually, like, team up with Irisid in order to form a wall on this side. There we go. Oh, that's right. And if you fail, Numenaria gets taken over, which causes cyber demons to start showing up. That's one of the things that happens. Anyway, back to this. But yes, there are robots in Pathfinder. That was a long roundabout way of talking about that specific lore point. The air is filled with a spicy, heady fragrance, and steam gently rises from the bathtub. Darren is perched on the lip of the tub, holding on with both hands for balance while lazily swinging one leg. His face is the picture of innocence. Oh, my dear Commander, you're just in time. I took the liberty of looking after your well-being, and I prepared everything you need for a relaxing bath. Bathing for pleasure is most therapeutic indeed, and is essential for healing rest and sound sleep. What's that sweet smell? Herbs from the mountain meadows. I know how many professionals refer to add scented oils, rose petals, or foam to a hot bath, but I choose herbs. They're simply superior in every respect, and they inspire thoughts of freedom. A hot bath. That's exactly what I needed. Darren rolls his eyes. You're being too hard on yourself. You don't smell that bad. Not even after a day spent traipsing through the mud. Anyway, he rises to his feet. It's time for me to go. I shall leave you alone with this vessel of bliss. A rather dreadful turn of phrase, I admit. But what else am I to call a hot bath in the middle of this grim stone fortress? Thank you. I'll make the most of your gift, Darren. Have a nice soak. You deserve it. With a slight bow, Darren leaves. Surprising he's down to bone down with me. Ah, here we go. What's next? Darren looks around as if not exactly sure what he's doing here. Our commander, how is our crusade doing? Our crusade? You weren't exactly thrilled to join the Crusaders. Of course I wasn't thrilled. Oh yeah, he's probably desperate. Desperate Darren. He's thirsty. He is simply parched. That would be interesting, but also it would be pretty boring because you'd basically just be following along in a different game. Like, interesting idea, execution probably doesn't lead to it being particularly fun in the end. Plus, if you're that strong, then you'd be part of the party. You'd be a cool guy. You wouldn't be just a faceless nobody off in the field. Of course I wasn't thrilled, but in unfavorable circumstances, a man cannot allow himself to wallow in gloom and despondency. What a man can do is look on the bright side of the whole situation and change his circumstances as much as possible. I, for instance, am certain that I'd be able to throw a rip-roaring party even in the crater of an erupting volcano with my hands tied behind my back. So, what brings you here? Oh, it's just a trifling thing. I wish to make a donation to the Crusade cause. It seemed a smart decision to me, because what's good for the Crusade is now tightly intertwined with what's good for yours truly. I did have to give the revenue for my estate a good shake-up and send a few couriers scouting about, but in the end I managed to acquire just a couple of decent items. Oh, now here's my donation to Crusade and its commander. You must try them out yourself. I offer these gifts from the bottom of my heart. I can sense your own agenda in your choice of gifts. Clever. Darren smirked slightly. I thought of you while selecting these gifts, and now I must beg your forgiveness and bid you farewell. I still have plans to order and send a package of special gifts to my dearest cousin. By the way, take a closer look at my gifts. You may find something special in there. Alright, I'll do so. You see a Kellet around 50 years old, dressed in a doublet that looks older than its owner. Once it may have been expensive, but it is now worn and patched. Scabbardless sword hangs on his belt, covered in such a thick layer of rust that it looks more like a club. His flushed, swollen face, spongy nose, and the dark circles beneath his eyes suggest that he is a heavy drinker. When he opens his mouth to speak, your suspicion is confirmed by the stench of stale alcohol on his breath.
So you're a commander, huh? That's a cozy little place you got here. All these walls, polished furniture. Solid, commendable.
Why, I think I'll give you a medal for this. A medal? You're too kind.
Don't mention it, I'm a generous soul. But I'm also fair. I dish out medals and I punish as I please. Who am I? Not just your average citizen.
The man groans as he straightens up, affecting a proud, noble bearing insofar as his decrepitude allows.
You'll be pleased to know that I am Fabardine Quintissimus Hierophantile, rightful heir to the throne of Iz and all Sarkoris.
Everyone knows that no king has ever ruled over all Sarkoris, and there is no throne in Iz.
How do you know? Have you been to Iz? Have you seen it with your own eyes? You haven't. Maybe if you haven't, maybe there was one. My pops used to tell me about the throne in the palace. It was gold all over. It was crusted with the all manner of crusty things like diamonds and fire ants, rubies and bulls. Couldn't take your eye off it. That's what kind of throne it was. And it's all mine. Mine by right.
Can you prove your claim to the throne?
Of course. We're just some swindlers. We have all the evidence. Here, look.
He takes the rusty sword from his belt and shows you the hilt, which features a nearly worn-off golden crest. The grinning animal it depicts most closely resembles a shabby possum.
Here. The royal smilodon is the ancient symbol of rule of Sarkoris. I also got a wart on my chest in the shape of a crown. Proves that I'm the heir to the throne.
If he keeps at it, Darren might be. Wait for it. Boned. Let's see. How long does it take to time somebody out? Time out. Let's see. I'm gonna. No. Okay. Untime out. There you go. Whoa! 71 messages were deleted. Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't realize that's what happened. Well, now I know. How do I time out for less time than that? That's what I want to know. I might have to do an actual command. Anyway, you deserve it for that. You deserve it. Anyway, and for those who don't believe me, well, they can get lost. That's what I say. Let them go to Pelur's Fall, where all the kings of Sarkorius are buried. There, my entire family tree has been written in stone. Go read for yourselves. Felt your soul die a little at your pun. Good, I can use that soul to power my undead army. The more dead you feel inside, the more powerful I become. Pelur's Falls? What's there? Are you dead for what? You should drink pineal infusion. It'll do wonders for your ears and your eyes, too. I'm telling you, all the dead Sarkorian kings are on the ground there. And mausoleums, tomb burials, and those whatchamacallit. Obelisks, that's right. It's all written there, all about my ancestor, about me too. Just go look, and everything will make sense. By every law of this land, I'm king. And what do you think you're entitled to? We're simple people. We don't need much. No, that's not. We aren't simple people. Not simple at all. We need a great deal. A king's palace, a throne, lands. Well, I can wait until he take back his and make all the demons leave. As for now, I wouldn't mind having a king's residence here in Drezen. A place to sleep and some hot food. That'd be a start. I see. Soldiers, throw this imposter out. Hey, wait, how good awesome commander you are. I like how he's got like a little... He's got the little like leprechaun hat going. Good old Faberdine. Alright, let's take a quick nap here. Potion, inflict. I'm out of... What am I out of? I'm out of Bezor. That's unfortunate. I wish it told me how many of these you had left over. That would be handy. Blur, Bull Strength, Cat's Great, Bear's Endurance. Now, scrolls. Scroll of what? Phantasmal Killer, I don't have any room for. I don't have any hastes. Ooh, I love Stone Skin, but I need Bezor for that. Alright, let's get some invisibility. Fabricandalus hate all that is beautiful. How do they fight on the same side as Succubi? Succubi are only beautiful on the outside. Inside, they're nothing but hunger and ugliness. Maybe even Abracandalu can sense it? It's funny because she's a succubus and therefore is hot. I don't really have any loot to drop off, do I? Oh yeah, I got a couple things. Edge of Force. Whenever the wielder of this +2 Cold Iron Dagger casts a spell with Force descriptor, it deals additionally 2 force damage per die rolled. That's his thing to give to Nenyo. Deposit shortbow. Nobody uses shortbows. I was going to give that to Camellia. Unavoidable Drill. Whenever the wielder of this +3 Keen Light Pick attacks any enemy with DR, the DR is decreased by 1 until the end of combat. That's pretty good. Chainmail the Dragonfly. +3 Chainmail can be activated once per day to grant all allies in a 30-foot radius a +1 insight bonus to dexterity and to attack rolls against demons. Alright, we got, what else? Darren's Gift. An exquisite pendant shaped like a key. If you look at the key from a specific angle, the pattern of its engraving forms the first letter of your name. I wonder what that's about. Okay, what the hell's this thing? Voracious Jumble. The Vage Zymus was a famous adventurer and wicked fighter. His feats, now seldom recalled, were as countless as his scars. Zymus was not driven by thirst for fame, but by a rare sense of responsibility inherent to his nature. Therefore, the day when the brave mage lost his arm in a fight with a werewolf became his tragedy. How could he, so strong and solid, retire now, when so many still needed his help? Without a second thought, Zymus took an arm from a fallen enemy to replace his own. Thus his decline began. For years, again and again, Zymus took the limbs of defeated enemies to heal his wounds. Zymus turned from a hero into a monster. It was rumored that there was no actual flesh left of the body that he had once been born with. First, Zymus was shunned, then driven away, and finally declared a monster. The mage fled into the wasteland to become an ominous legend people scare their children with. Let's take a look at the wands. It's gonna be down here, right? Wand to remove disease? No. Ray of Sickening, that's the one. Okay, nothing special on that one. Pox pustules. Okay, nothing there. Was it just the key? I guess it was just the key. Oh, does it? Okay. I didn't know that 5e had that ruling. Okay, let's see here. If I... Can I actually equip this? I sure can. What does it do? Doesn't seem to do anything. It's just a pendant. Curious.
Move aside.
Also, that music, though. Also, you're gonna get this. Better than the +1 rapier you're currently using. Alright, Nanyo. Edge of Force, because now you can use this to cast magic missiles. Super good. That reminds me, how close are you to leveling? Fairly close. Do you have... Okay, hold on. Do you have the stuff... Are all the requirements filled? College sneak attack? I think all the requirements are filled, right? Was it mobility and trickery? I think it was those two, yeah. Ah, fair enough. Just thinking about, like, you trying to do that nonsense. Imagine if he actually managed to convince me with a nat 20 roll. Alright, death redeems all. Relics. Rate of the Voracious Jumble. Okay, Ziggurat. Okay, rank up. Logistics Council. Logistics is currently busy. Strengthening diplomatic connections. Development. Outpost to Bastion. Logistics is still busy with the Ziggurat. Military Tribunal has another 3 days. Command. Relics. Diplomacy. I don't have enough resources for these, so that's whatever. Ziggurat is currently busy. So whenever logistics is done, I'll be able to deal with this. Alright, well, let's go hunt a dragon, shall we? I'm thinking I'm not going to bring land for this one. My thinking is Greybor, Nenyo, Regil. Let's see, Greybor, Nenyo, Regil. Ember? Ember, maybe? What on earth? I can't press the escape button. What? What? Okay. We're gonna call this, let's call this, time to kill dragon at Drezen. Oh, okay, so it's an Obo. Good to know. Also, hello, Dubious Mimic. How are you doing? Totally normal human being. It's a good thing that they have the button down here to do that, otherwise I'd be fucked. I mean, it's not too big of an issue. I just push that and I'm done. I think I'm going to take Ember. I'm going to take Ember for this. I'm going to have a lot of back line. So I have 4 front line, technically speaking. 3 back line. Nenyo will be able to buff up and do some damage. Darren has the heals on lock. And Ember is a witch. She's just going to be cackling away. Just cackle it up. Just keep that dragon stats low. As low as they can go. Alright, so before we do anything else, Tactical Squad Alpha is currently locked down, as is the Bone Squad. The rest of these armies are kind of nothing. Alright, onwards. Just this way? Oh, what's this? What is this? What is this? Or rather, who is this? Oh, wait, I know what this is. I know what this is. Yeah, I know what this is. Okay. I can still fight, Quick, tie him up! It's the Crusaders! The Crusaders are here! The Crescent of the Abyss must be informed! And away they go. Alright, now before I forget... Ow! Rude. Okay, let's just, ooh, that's really not where you're supposed to be lined up.
Retreat is not an option.
Lovely.
Out of my sight.
Can you go to sleep? No. Plus 12. Okay, never mind.
I'll split you in half. Simply business.
Yeah, see?
Kneel before me. This one's mine.
Okay, cool. That's cool to you, I suppose.
I will see to your demise.
$20. And whoop. Yeah, I figured your luck couldn't hold. In he goes.
Smear them. It's your time to cease to exist.
65 damage to Skeletal Vanguard with 1 arrow? What the fuck? That's a critical hit with a composite longbow.
Press the attack! You are nothing before me.
Precision and grace.
Surrender or else!
I don't like you.
What just happened? Wait, what? Oh, the pit. Okay. The pit did a little bit of damage.
Retreat is not an option. Kneel before me. I'll make short work of this. Out of my way! You're in my
And
way.
there we go. Alright, let's just delay till after Nenya here. Alright, Nenya, please release this poor cultist from his suffering. Oh, there's two of them. Slumber. Can't slumber that one. Can slumber this one. Succeeded. Never mind. And he missed.
This one's mine.
Oh, God. You know what I forgot to do? Hold on a second. Ah, I can't escape. I also forgot... what's it? Under control game? Turn-based mode. Lock camera to moving character off. There we go. That's why I was doing that. Oh, that's not actually what I wanted to do just then, but it's fine.
I'll split you in half. You had your chance.
There we go, problem solved. Easy peasy. Yeah, we got some magic gear out of it. Always nice. Oh, there's some more. There's loot here too, not just dead bodies. I wonder who that Crescent of the Abyss is. I bet it's someone cool. So how do the undead companions work anyway? Like, do they just come back if you rest? Like, the horse came back when it died that one time. Do they follow the same kind of thing? Really isn't the location you enter. Dark splotches of dried blood are visible on the ground. Its foul, pungent scent awakens the predatory instinct of the hunt. Everything nearby is splattered in blood, as if a battle took place here, or someone slaughtered a herd of goats. Yet this blood belongs to neither human nor goat. Its sulphurous odor indicates that this is the blood of a rare fire-breathing dragon. Injured and exhausted, the fleeing dragon stopped here to rest. The commander decides to ask the assassin for advice. The dwarf points him confidently to the south. The dragon's lair is hidden somewhere among the mountain gorges. Alright, here we go. They're starting to get sleepy. Okay, can I... No, this is not what I want to do. Okay, let's just do this real quick. I'm just gonna real quickly reload that because I need to take a nap. I really wish they didn't do that. It's like sometimes you need them buffs.
Let's have some fun.
Sometimes you need them buffs to do things, and sometimes it just doesn't let you. Alright, let's try that again with a little bit more failure this time. Yeah. Yeah, we're out of potion ingredients. That's fine. Performance and calculations. Now I can predict the probability that your sermons will be successful. The current probability is 1/100%. That's good. I thought you were going to tell me I had no chance at all. Okay, for the Vanguard I can just rest anywhere? Excellent. I was afraid that I would have to, like, go back to a safe spot or something. So it's like an animal companion, I guess. The horses and whatnot can just die and come back at whatever point. Alright. The commander and his followers are traversing the mountains, trying to track down the female woundworm that has been wreaking havoc around Drezen. The dwarf leading the party approaches the edge of the cliff and points down to the ruins of a tower built upon the rock 300 feet below. Its very existence raises a number of questions. Who would dare to build a tower here so close to the demons? Why would they erect it here at the bottom of a canyon? An expert analysis of the tower structure provides the answers. Numerous features in its design indicate that the building dates back to the golden age of the Aslanti Empire. It's several times older than the World Wound and was originally constructed on top of a mountain, before the Cataclysm changed everything. The tectonics plate shifted, causing the tower to sink to the bottom of a newly formed canyon, and the mountains rose up around it like the jaws of a predator, ready to snap shut and bury it beneath the rock forever. The ancient ruins have been abandoned for ages, barely visible amid the steep cliffs. The tower would have remained hidden had the commander's party not discovered it by following the trail of blood. The dwarf signals that it is time to descend. The alpine path leading to the tower soon splits into two directions. On the left is a rocky ledge, dangerously narrow and visibly unstable. On the right is a broad path, covered in overgrown brambles and thickets. There are many poisonous plants in these mountains, some which are so dangerous that merely touching them can lead to numerous adverse reactions. These include, but are not limited to, migraines, disorientation, vomiting, hearing, and vision loss, paralysis, and even death. The commander assesses the risks, and... Oh, that's true, yeah. Fair enough. Even when you're off in the wastes. Choose the steep and overgrown path. The commander decides to take the path to the left, which descends steeply down at a dangerous angle. The loose stones along the ledge are treacherous and unstable, and one wrong step could cause a rock slide. This is a task for either a person of outstanding acrobatic talent or someone attentive and cautious. Whoever leads the way will take on the greatest risk. The commander sends the most careful and intelligent companion to lead the way, which is why I'm very confused why Nenyo is on this selection here. Statistics show that mountains often prove to be more cunning and cruel than those who seek to conquer them. Even places that seem harmless may in fact prove highly dangerous. However, Alexander Lichtman does not make a single mistake as he skillfully navigates the most dangerous sections of the path. His allies watch carefully, mirroring his every move, and the party arrives at their destination safely. The path comes to an abrupt end. A recent rock slide has destroyed this section of the trail, leaving behind only a few footholds for those brave enough to attempt the crossing. The commander's allies hastily tie themselves together with rope, hoping to prevent a fall if anyone loses their footing. The dwarf silently indicates his mountaineering equipment. If they choose to climb down the mountain cliff, they will be able to get back onto the path and avoid the dangers ahead. The commander orders the strongest of the companions to lead the party's ascent down the sheer cliff. Shit. The party is only halfway through their descent when they hear a sudden crack of splintering stone. The rope instantly goes taut. Graybor falls like a stone to where the tower ruins below. His allies reach out to catch him and succeed. Graybor twists desperately in the air and manages to grab onto someone's hand at the last moment. More importantly, he doesn't drag his rescuer off the cliff with him. This is a remarkable feat, even for an experienced climber. The party overcomes every obstacle and finally descends to the ruined tower. The mountain has been conquered, and no one has fallen victim to its treachery. Now they secretly approach the unsuspecting dragon, stealthily making their way through the surrounding rocks after leading them to the tower. After leading them to the tower, the dwarf gives his newfound allies a nod of respect and signals for caution. Here we go. All right. We're here.
Move aside.
Let's ready to deal with this. What's this? Oh, loot. Hey, cool. All right. So first off, Nenyo,
my favorite egg.
Okay, let's fill up the thing here first. If we go there, this order looks fine. All right, Nenyo, first you are gonna. First off, actually,
Don't
drink.
care.
Anything new?
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
This war must end. Yes?
Okay, give this to Regil now. And give this to me. And give this to the Bone Man. Okay. Anything here? See invisibility, not really useful. And mage armor myself. And mage armor here as well. Okay, enlarge person on you as well. Why not? Okay, you are going to cast shield on yourself. Expedition retreated. Blur. Mirror image. Bear's endurance. Okay, that's everything there taken care of.
Speak with your actions.
Regil, you don't really need anything.
Oh, yes, what?
Fox is coming on yourself. Image. Let's give bull strength to Greybor. Okay, I'll cast haste when we're ready to go.
Trust in
Ember,
yourself.
Death Ward, not useful. Okay, we'll sit there, sit there.
Missed me already.
Darren, we have resist energy, resist fire communal, so I want protection from fire communal now. It's restoration. Okay, give you this thing. Okay, remove fear. Bless. Okay, we're almost done here. Just gotta make sure I'm fully buffed.
Are we ready to move out?
Vanish on Greybor.
This is my line of work.
Okay,
I'm always open to ideas.
so now haste. Let's go.
Make way.
There's the dragon.
Let's try to get as close as we can to the dragon without making noise. Then we'll take it by surprise.
Greybor whispers reprovingly.
We crept up on the old toothed lizard without her noticing us. It's a pleasure to work with real professionals. Let's get a little closer so we can attack when she least expects it.
The dragon looms over the old elf, her vicious teeth bared in an angry snarl.
You recognize his face.
You recognize his face. He is called the Storyteller.
I know you're in league with those little parasites who wounded me. They sent you to spy on me. They thought I wouldn't crave the crunch of your old bones. They were wrong. I've always had a special liking for the taste of elven flesh. But I do love to play with my food. What can you offer me in exchange for your pathetic life? Perhaps I won't kill you if you manage to impress me.
The storyteller is pale as a ghost, but he stands strong and doesn't lose his nerve, though his voice trembles slightly as he speaks.
A story. Stories are all that I have, but some of them are priceless, more valuable than any treasure. This I can offer you in payment. Graver, what are we going to do?
The dwarf looks at you excitedly.
Let's wait for the right moment to attack. This old man is distracting the monster and we can use it to our advantage. He's one tough old fellow. Anyone else would have been shitting bricks by now. Maybe it's because he's blind. He just can't see the intimidating size of her teeth.
Alright, stay quiet and wait for the right moment to attack.
I have a peculiar item on me. Its previous owner was quite sinister, so I think you'll appreciate this story.
Sorry. The storyteller produces a small bundle from his bag and opens it to reveal a golden signet ring. As he holds it up in his shaking hands, the old man's voice suddenly changes. His tone grows shrill and angry, taking on the exaggerated qualities of doing a mocking imitation of someone else.
Everything in this throne room is so cheap and vulgar. Jamandi Aldori knows nothing about luxury. Another sorry provincial excuse for an aristocrat. And yet I still must bow my head and smile politely at these sword-wagging halfwits. These poor souls have never known anything more luxurious in their life than this royal parody of a palace. I must convince them that I am at their mercy. Soon they'll all beg me for mercy. But I'll see that they're given none, or my name isn't Tartuccio.
Yes, Tartuccio from Pathfinder Kingmaker. Everyone's favorite gnome. Everyone loves him. He's the mascot character, right after Amiri, and your main character.
And look at these foolish idiots who want to become a baron. What a parade of louts, a whining, bumbling four, more beard than face.
That is... I can't remember his name. I always want to say Harsk, but Harsk is the iconic ranger. What's his name? The Gorm Worshipper? What is his name again? God, I know it. I know it. Hold on a second. Let me just look it up. Okay, what was his name again? It was... Where are you? Harim! That was it. Let's see. An insolent, unwashed wench carrying around a dull gardening tool as her weapon of choice. An undead sadist carrying an endless amount of emotional baggage from her childhood. She's actually alright, to be fair, but as for the infuriating halfling who never shuts up. How I long to take that little journal of hers and shove it into her blabbering mouth till she'll choke on it and be quiet. Worthless creature clings like limb to someone far more important. My greatest rival, a dark horse. Well, this entire performance is dedicated to you. The old elf is out of breath, and his diminishing voice becomes harder to discern. Continue to wait for the right moment. By the way, because I put Vanish on... God, I rolled a 2. Because I put Vanish on Greybor, he has a very high skill check. It's high enough for him to just pass all these. This night will be long and bloody. The mercenaries will storm the palace and kill this useless rabble, hopefully starting with all my rivals. But they won't touch me, for I possess a token of immunity. A ring with King Irvedi's personal coat of arms, after all. After all, it is I who must lead the expedition into the Stolen Lands. Not for stupid titles of glory, oh no. Imagine becoming that fool Jamindi's bootlicker until the end of your life. No, my precious witless little soldiers will procure something a lot more valuable than a barony in the middle of nowhere. Something precious is hidden in the Stolen Lands. A wooden sword created by someone who is truly powerful, nothing like the pathetic scraps of metal worn by these pompous Eldori simpletons. No, it is a true instrument of fate. It's a pity I don't know how to use it myself, but King Irvedi will pay me an obscene amount of money for it. Fortunate enough for an eternity of endless debauchery. Not to mention the little bonus he'll give me for Jamandi's venture collapsing like a house of cards. Really a trifle, really. Barely buys you a palace in Absalom. And then... Oh, Calistria, the stinkpot with a sword has started flapping her jaws again. Why can't you just shut up? Her manners are worse than a kobold's. Be careful now, Tartuccio. Don't let anything slip about Jamandi. This loudmouth gets stabbed tonight. The storyteller's voice grows louder and sharper. It's not like you're being kept prisoner. If you don't want to wait, you can always return to the mountains or whatever other place you crawled out from. I especially advise you to do so if you don't know who the Aldori Sword Lords are. The dragon keeps quiet. Finally, she speaks, her voice loud and demanding. How interesting. What happened? How interesting. What happened next? Also, what is this picture? Broken Decree. Tricky Steel. Adds 10% to finance points available in the treasury. Maximum 10,000. Yeah, that seems very good. Although it is once a month, so that's still... Are you stealing from yourself? Yeah, I mean, the other options are cool, but they don't really help you at all. Oh, I suppose that makes sense too. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, the other options are like, I have an interesting story for you too. It happened, and then like she attacks you, or step out of cover. I'm afraid I must interrupt you. Great. Then she gets you. Move out of cover. Then you lose the... like, none of these are good options. Graber tenses, ready to spring. He wastes no words. She's thinking. She's distracted. Attack now! Graber, to battle! The dwarf launches himself from cover like a stone from a catapult. With a deadly silence more frightening than any battle cry, he drives his weapon deep into the dragon's side, just beneath her wing, where her scaled hide is weakest. The dragon lets out a deafening roar of pain. Through clenched teeth, Graber gives a low chuckle. Sweet dreams. Time now. Get ready for battle. I should probably wait for other people to get in there.
I'll split you in half.
Nice. Was that a... Needs a 19 to hit. Sick.
Simply business.
Hey, got a hit. Nice. Alright, what else can I do here? Oh, God. Dispelled resist fire. Great. Well, it didn't dispel the protection from fire, so that's something. Is this within cackle range? Sure is. So I'll just do a spell cast for the time being. Critical miss. Nice.
Retreat is not an option.
Okay, so what can we do here? How about magic missile? That's a little bit of damage. Just like a teeny little bit.
Smear them.
Alright, Greybore, have you studied target this? Yes, you have. Excellent.
It's your time to cease to exist.
Nice hit, nice hit. Let's do... What did it dispel? It dispelled the protection or resistance? Dispelled resist. Okay. That's easy enough to fix. I don't think Greybore was in the range of that. No, he wasn't. Shit. Oh well.
Victory is worth the pain.
Okay, first off, let's reduce your saving throw. Succeeded, even though it rolled a 5. Because it has like a plus 23 to its save. Jesus Christ. Okay then.
Kneel before me.
Okay, Nino, what can I do with you? Oh yeah, what is it? What's the news? Oh yeah, I saw the Undertale news. Game comes out in tomorrow, doesn't it? Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah. I will not be playing it. I failed to... God damn, what did I roll? A 1?
I don't like you!
She doesn't have a lot of health. She's just very hard to hit.
You're in my way. Yeah.
Let's get this to Great Bar. What in the fuck just happened? How much damage did that fucking fire do? 106 damage. $106 damage through protection and resist. Although he didn't have resist. Instantly kills 2 of them. Great. Let's reduce your AC. Roll to 17. Great.
This one's mine.
Okay, great. It would have hit if it wasn't for the concealment on the way.
Out of my way!
Wow. Fucking great. Saving throw failed. Great. So now I can't do anything, huh? Save Regil. What the actual fuck?
I'll split you in half.
What the actual fuck is going on here? Like, I don't... What the fuck?
Huh? Oh, yes, what?
Yeah, let's go. Try this again. Go, Greybar, grow.
Retreat is not an option.
Did a little bit of damage to it. That's something. Okay, so spells. Let's try Ray of Exhaustion here. Made a fort save very easily. It can make that onto 1. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's probably fine.
Simply business.
Okay, please get close enough to cast this thing on it. There we go. That takes care of that. Smite Chaos.
Kneel before me.
Now I just need to roll. Let's just have you, I don't know, shoot with a crossbow or something.
You're irrelevant.
Okay, Ember, now you are gonna, let's do this again. Save throw. Cackle up.
It's your time to cease to exist.
No hits. Okay, cool. Hey, we got a hit. Got one hit. Hey, Darren, you're gonna go hang out with these two.
I'll split you in half.
Great, now it's got displacement active. Fuck. So it's even harder to hit.
This one's mine.
As if it didn't have enough trouble as is. Let's see something here. Let's just take a look. Fails to overcome spell resistance. It's close. Okay, let's reduce its AC. And then cackle. Okay, so its AC has been reduced by 4, and I believe it's still nauseated. Yeah, it's still nauseated. So it's not going to do shit for a little bit.
You're in my way.
There's one. Why is it able to attack? It should be nauseated. Right there, it's fucking nauseated. What the hell?
Press the attack.
It's bleeding. 2d6 points of damage each turn. Oh, it's sickened?
Retreat is not an option.
That's a nice hit. None of them overcame spell resistance. Great. Okay, reduced attack rolls now. Still succeeded even on that.
You had your chance.
Why did you only attack once, Grey Lord? What? Why did you only attack once? Stagger.
I don't like you.
Oh, it can make you save to remove nauseated. I see. Oh, okay. So it's nauseated for 1 round, but then it can make a saving throw. Gotcha. Okay. Well, Skeletal Vanguard's dead. It's not dead. Wow, okay.
Kneel before me.
I'd like to point out that all the ones that I attempted that were actually not missing rolled a 2, an 8. Rolled a 2 and an 8, and that's it. That's all I got. That's all I got from that. Okay, well, it's saved. All the saves have been reduced as much as I can, so misfortune. Here, take that. It definitely saved. Yeah, of course it did. Fucking rolled a 19 on that. who's gonna get healed next? Red Elf more heal. Pop up, top up.
Out of my way!
Okay, Regel's dead now. I cannot fucking hit this thing. I literally just cannot even touch it. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Dedicate my body to science.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I just can't I can't even fight this thing at this difficulty. Like, it just will not I can't hit it. Even the characters who can hit it on like a 14 will just roll 2s, and that's it. That's the fight. That's nothing I can do.
I'm always open to ideas.
I appreciate privacy.
So what we're gonna do is just gonna do a little... Tackle range. Yes. You know what? Let's do that. Yeah, no chance it's gonna fail that one, but I can try it. If it does, then I get to kill it.
Not an option. Kneel before me. I'll split you in half. Simply business.
Nice. Okay, Ember. Drop the saving throws again. Tackle up. Two crit misses in a fucking row? Can I even hit this thing? No. No, I can't. I need a 22 to hit it. Plus 33 natural armor, I'd like to point out. Plus 30 fucking 3 natural armor.
This one's mine. Smear them.
Doesn't help when I actually just keep missing displacement most of the time, too.
Time to cease to exist.
I either roll like shit or I roll displacement failure. Take your pick. Oh wow, a hit. Shocking. fucking serious?
Press the attack. I don't like you.
This fight is fucking... Doing this fight on, like... How do you do this? Do you have to, like, come back here and do this last? Do you have to do literally everything else in this chapter first and then come here and do this? Because that's what it feels like. Like, it's not so much that I'm dying from it, it's just I can't even hit the fucking thing.
It is not an option.
I touch it, I can't touch it. Its AC is so high that even with the buffs, debuffs from Ember, I still just roll like shit and can't do anything. It's absurd.
Simply business.
Like, even then, I almost miss, and I have to hit a 2 on that attack with against its current AC. Like, even with all of that, I still barely hit it. Okay, get over here. Yeesh. Gerber looks with satisfaction at the surrounding carnage. That's a job well done. You can use her head to decorate your tent. I'm going back to Drezen. It's been a pleasure working with you. I think we should continue working together.
I'm ready to offer you my services. As you can guess, a full contract will be more expensive than a one-time job. I think 12,500 gold would be a fair price.
Deal.
From now on, you no longer need to worry about someone making an attempt on your life. If anyone tries, I'll send them straight to their grave.
Okay. So now let's do this. Options. Let's see that. Adjustments. Sneaker. There we go. It's unethical, but at least it's completed.
It went splendidly.
Though this magic trap is now old and dysfunctional after centuries of disuse, it once would have irreversibly blinded any thief who gazed upon it.
A success worthy of praise.
This inscription once contained a spell of warning. When an intruder appeared, it would let out a chilling howl to raise the alarm. Fortunately, the enchantment has worn off with the passage of time, so your ears have been spared. Bracers of Abrupt Onslaught. Sneak attack, it deals initial 1d6 bludgeoning damage. Let's just slip those on real quick. God, I just hate dealing with that dragon.
Make way.
This experiment has gone awry.
How what? Rolled a 2. Figures. The inscription is written in archaic elven script. The letters themselves are recognizable. The ancient words are indecipherable, having fallen out of use centuries ago. So, here we go. Now this area is dealt with. I won't be coming back here because this place sucks. And there's nothing worth it. Like, there's some magic items in the basement, and most of them are just not worth getting. Straight up. This place is only good for this quest and for getting the storyteller back. Demon blood. Got some scrolls.
How much longer, I wonder?
Keeps calling. Jesus Christ. This is why I have a call emote, because when it's streaming, it's phone call time, and no other time during the day do these phone calls happen. Only in this time period when I'm streaming. Even when I'm not streaming at this time period, they don't happen. Have you found what I asked of you? Splendid. Let's get out of this place as soon as possible. All this smoke makes it difficult to breathe. We'll meet in Drezen. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Also, yes, it may be an unethical run, but at least it's a completed run for this area. Okay, what do we got? Fusion, cognitogen, nah, combat trick. That's an option. Look, man, that dragon's hard, okay? Like, what level... No, seriously, like, what level are you supposed to be to fight that thing? Because I feel like at level 10, you still would not be able to fight that thing. It feels like you have to do everything else before you fight it. Like, literally everything else except for the Midnight Fane. Get as high a level as you can up to that point, and then you can try fighting the dragon. Dispelling attack. Dispel sneak attack. Okay, infusion, iron guts, preserve organs. Modification's not a bad thing to pick up, I think. Comes to cold paralysis and sleep. What should I get? Let's throw elixir. Ah, okay, so you can do that at range. Got it. Let's go with feral wings, fast stealth, speed attack. 2 points of strength damage. That's pretty good, actually. Yeah, let's do this one. 2 points of strength damage on a sneak attack is pretty strong. And I get to pick up a spell. How about... Freedom of movement. That's always a good one to pick up. Yeah, let's do freedom of movement. And now we get the fun one. Because Nanyo has now qualified for Arcane Trickster. Lore religion, I guess, and trickery. First level, Archconstrictor selects an arcane spellcasting class you belong to before the prestige class, which is wizard technically. And I get spells. 5th level spells. Thought Sense, Summon Large Elemental, Mind Fog, Icy Prison, Genie Kind, Cone of Cold. Cloud Kill is always handy. I don't... Line of Acid, it looks like. Shadow Evocation. Let's grab Shadow Evocation. Yeah, actually, Phantasmal Web's pretty strong looking too. As a Hell Knight. Greybor gets to level up as a Slayer. I like how it's recommended for him. God, I don't know what to get. Oh, it's Style Feat. Greater 2-weapon fighting. So, I explained this before, but I'm currently playing on a cloud computer. I'm using GeForce Now, which has Wrath of the Righteous on it, because my current computer is... How many more of these things have I done? I still have 70 more videos on this particular batch that's compressing. So my current computer is using its graphics card to crunch down a whole bunch of old archival footage of streams to, like, be more storable. So I can't use my computer for actual things. So I'm playing it using GeForce Now, which means I don't have to use my computer in the least. The problem being that it's a cloud computer which doesn't have my actual portrait for my character on it. So that's really all that it is. That's all that it is. It's just a goofy little side effect of playing on what's basically a different computer. Flame Strike, though. Oh, that's the only one you get for this turn? Yeah, Flame Strike seems good. Flame Strike's a good pick, I think. And Ember! Ember, Ember, Ember. Stigmatized Witch, level 10. At this level, you get a new Hex. And your new Hex is going to be... Protective Luck. Oh, interesting. So it's a super slumber. Major ameliorating. Life Giver. Full round action, touch a dead creature and bring it back to life. Later Rest. Single undead creature. Undeath to death. Evil Eye, already have it. Death Curse. That's really good. Okay, Ward. +2 deflection bonus. Progressive Slumber is really strong. Fast healing 5 for half of the witch's class level. What's Agony? Target's nauseated for a number of rounds equal to the witch's level. Fort save negates. Okay, so which one does Cackle work on? Cackle works on Evil Eye, Fortune, Protective Luck, or Misfortune. Evil Eye, Fortune, Protective Luck, or Misfortune. Misfortune I already have, so it would be Protective Luck as next. Yeah, Protective Luck, let's go. Baleful Polymorph, though. Just turn someone into a little puppy. Yeah, let's go with that. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. I think I've been gone for like a day. Cackle these nuts. I mean, hell yeah, just cackle on them. Just constant cackle. Cackle all the day. I've never been to this location. Let's fix that problem. My mirror images haven't even worn off yet. At least the dragon's dealt with. That dragon, I never like dealing with that dragon. It's always a problem. So we're back to Drezen, and real quickly, while we're here... Yeah, Tactical Squad Alpha and Bone Squad are ready to rumble again. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna have Bone Squad... So that's 2 Nelfash... Yeah, don't worry, you didn't miss anything. In fact, you totally missed the most epic, incredible fight of incredible proportions of totally everything normal happened there. It's right there. Angry bone flute tooting. Do not toot it. Yeah, I'll take that. Defeating the horde of flying monsters swooping from the sky, many crusaders got thinking that the battle tactics they know are not always suited to demon confrontation. With every new battle, the army gains invaluable experience, and soldiers are eager to learn, for their lives depend on it. Okay, let's have this one come down this way, honestly, because that's going to hook up with that one as soon as I can get the... I don't like this one bit. Let's give it another shot. I'm honestly starting to dig the army combat a lot more now that I've got sort of the lich stuff going with it. Okay, shear 3 to 14. 2 to 20. 5 to 40. So that'll either kill all of them or none of them. How much is it? I can cost special. Doesn't cost mana. I'll just get only one of these in a fight. I see. Yeah, let's get rid of these, get rid of these ones? Don't know which one to get rid of. Get rid of these. There we go. What? Excuse me? Fucking excuse me? Oh, it's gonna be one of these, isn't it? It's gonna be one of these. And it could just keep doing that. Look, it's got fucking 90 mana. Look at this shit. It's got 63 left. Thanks, G-Force. I realized that just happened when the fucking thing turned into goop for a second. Oh, Jesus Christ, what's going on? I'm not dropping frames, but the game is really starting to whack out. Are we good? I think we're good. Man, I wish it was a mage off, then I wouldn't have to worry about these things killing all my units constantly. I'm going to do this again. Let's move over here. The shear can't catch up to me. Holy fuck, that's so much damage! It's not running out either. It's got so much mana left. Like, what the fuck do I do about that? What the fuck do I do about that? What the actual fuck do I do about that? It has enough mana to just zap an entire army to death by itself. Call Lightning costs nothing. Jesus Christ. That's absurd. So this will deal between 5 and 36 to all of these. So it's either going to kill all of them right now, or just most of them. Alright, that's fine. Let's chill for a second then. Oh, it has dim door. Neat. That's actually pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I get nothing out of this. Alright, so that's one big army dealt with. The old mines where dwarves would mine priceless crystals are now abandoned. The group of demons that had made its lair there defend their territory from the Crusaders, but to no effect. Oh, there's Blackwater. Okay. There's a retriever over here. I want to try and see if I can deal with this thing. Yeah, that's about what I thought would happen. If I win, I'm going to get another level up, though, for my general. Ow, rude. There we go. Aim it right there. "103 spiders die, 155 cultists die, and 100 and only 12 retrievers die." Let's do this. Are you just gonna hang out? Okay. Let's wipe out some more of your army here. That did shockingly little, honestly. Yes, thank you. Goop that one up, that's fine. There we go. 1, rude. Two, kill the retrievers. There we go. Problem solved. And now just kill a couple spiders that are just hanging around. Has anyone played Heroes of Might and Magic 5? Does anyone know like how flanking worked in that game, or if it existed at all? Yeah! Zombie and skeleton crew! The roving zombie and skeleton horde. The Crusader army descended upon the cultist squad at the moment they were performing a demonic ritual. The Retrievers, horrendous mechanical spiders who sought out and killed the demon's enemies, came to Galarian through the passage they had opened from the abyss. Fortunately, the ritual was interrupted at its climax. The soldiers found a magical relic that belonged to the cultist's leader. Bone Squad level up. +5 energy bonus per level of this feat. Cast spells as if she had a +5... Oh, okay. Okay, so Scorching Ray is arcane, which means I cast this as if I had 5 more damage. Is Bone Arrow arcane? It is. Although, how does energy recovery work? It's not a very large amount, so I'll just take arcane magic. Is there even anything over here? Not really. This area is basically blank. So after this point, Blackwater has now been opened up, so I can move into that area, but this fortress is here as a big old block in the way. There's also this fortress. You know what? I'm feeling big for my britches. Let's see how this does. It'll probably be a... It's a victory! Let's see how it works, though. I'm shocked it worked that well, honestly. You're going to evacuate? Yes, I totally killed that pesky dragon legitimately, 100%. And currently, I'm just sending my army off to the wastes to try and kill some miscellaneous things that are hanging around. I think this will do. Let's go with this. Love to see it. Oh, great. It's trying to nauseate me again. Sick. Alright, let's just do a little... cheeky little... I don't think this is close enough. What the hell's going on with you? That's what I want to know. Let's shake him up. Actually, should I do that one? Scorching Ray. 7 to 53, let's try it. Ooh, that's some nice damage. Yeah, I can't wait for the ziggurat either. I'm so hyped for that. It's gonna be so cash. My infirmary's full. Ow. Well, that was nothing. That was fucking nothing. Does this only target enemies or all in the area? All units in area. Got it. Ow. Okay, so first, let's do this. Whoop. Not as much damage as I hope it would do. Jeez, would you calm down on attacking these guys? Yeesh. What is this thing doing? Oh, hey, what's up? I've been waiting for you to appear here. So let's... Scorching Ray right here. Problem solved. Great, now it's moving. Let's heal you. Still not clear on the old infirmary, but at least it's better than nothing. These guys do no damage to demons. It's kind of crazy. 247, 96, 92, 54. Let's try dropping you. Ooh, that's nice. That's the kind of number I want to see. Hey, there we go. I've basically got, like, yeah, I've got a couple heals left. There we go. There, finally dead. Guess I should have saved that for the skeletons. Alright, I'll do that next round. It's fine. He's only doing, like... He's only killing a couple of these around. It's pretty handy, actually. Okay, I've only got 2 left. Oof. Not particularly. It's been a lot of, like, kind of setup and stuff. Like, getting things... Oh, I did a lot of army stuff today, really. That's a huge chunk of it. Finally almost done with this. Finally almost done with this. And one more. Oh, come on. Don't give me that. There we go. Immediately turns around and attacks that one, as expected. Come on. How do you get to attack twice? I've annihilated the rest of your army. You should not be anywhere near enough morale to do this. Your morale should be trash. He's just gonna keep doing this, isn't he? Yeah, he's just gonna keep chipping away at my fucking skeletons until I don't have any skeletons left. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. You don't have high morale. You got nothing. Also, a little annoying that these sheer are so fucking hard to kill. So many units just to this one unit. Like, what the hell is this? High morale bullshit. God damn. There, it's done. There, it's done. How many fucking skeletons did I lose to this? You know, I probably got plenty out of this. Turn to live as a graveguard. Oh god, Turn to live would be so cool as a graveguard. Actually get a necro dragon on my team. That would be sick. A host of demons once guard the horrific Tower of Yath, sculpted from demon flesh. Crusaders stormed into its depths and ended its strange, abominable life. The remains of the tower resemble the decomposing carcass of a giant beast, and the warriors of the Crusade are already setting up a war camp nearby to keep an eye on this heap of rotting meat. Well, I guess I gotta try this one now. Sick. Oh god, I don't have any mana left. I don't have any magic. I can't fight this. Well, no, I've got 10. Did it actually just kill me? It just hurt me with that? What? How does that work? Who knows? What was that damage? What the fuck is this damage? It did how many in a hit? It's doing the fucking kick. What the hell? What? Why is it doing so much damage? Like, yeah, it's a big stack, but also it did how many in a hit? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna have him sit for a day, I guess. Bone Squad can hang out for a day in your your digs over here. I could probably build something here. A supply center. Actually, no, I'll build supply centers elsewhere first. Okay, I guess I just gotta wait for a couple days for the magic to come back. Okay, I lost some archers, and I lost all my Hell Knights, but I'll take it. Because it means I don't have to fight that horrible fight with the lightning bolts. And that takes me to the Molten Scar. Very cool. Alright, so that's those areas cleaned out. This one, I'm just gonna bone up. You move over this way to try and meet up. It's a journey, but you'll be doing it, so whatever. Okay, next up is everyone else is tapped out of movement, except for my reserve forces. So back it. To the Citadel. Honestly, yeah, I'm really digging the army combat, apart from, like, the little niggles or, like, what are you doing? What is this? What is this nonsense? Why? Those parts are annoying. But the rest of it is, like, yeah, it's pretty solid, honestly. It's fun. It's sometimes a little iffy to get control of, but generally speaking, it's pretty good. At least in my opinion. I should qualify that. Hello, Darren. Darren looks a little, the merest trifle, more serious than usual. Alexander Lickman, we need a talk. Under strictest confidence, I am going to invite you to a not-a-date. Yes, you heard me correctly. A not-a-date. If by some chance you imagine you see wine, cushions, and treats laid out before you, you should know that it is merely an optical illusion. First, give me roses that have nothing to do with courting me, and then you run a bath under the pretext of the commander needs to wash. And now this? Great, I actually have some free time for a not-a-date. Darren offers his hand to you gallantly. Allow me, my lord. $10 hours, jeez. That was a hell of a date. Or not a date. The longer he spends alone with you, the more Darren seems to shed his usual acerbity. His hair is tousled and the ties in his shirt have been loosened. He sits back, looking completely at ease, while his hands are lively and elegantly expressive, punctuating his speech. The Count's gaze catches on your new accessory. I see that my little gift found its way to you. I'm glad you're wearing it. So here we are at this utterly insignificant, tedious business meeting. Would you be so kind as to suggest a conversation starter? We need something boring and practical to talk about. Boring and practical, as you know, is not exactly my forte. Army logistics. A fine choice. This topic is boring and complex enough that two people who are completely uninterested in each other could spend an evening discussing it. In fact, I do not. I do have some understanding of logistics. Sometimes it takes a great deal of effort to get the goods you need shipped from distant parts of Galarian. So get ready to listen to my lecture on the best companies specializing in magical teleportation services. I must alert you in advance, the list is quite long. It consists of around 24 enterprises, with all their terms and conditions, including their pricing policies. Darren's eyes sparkle teasingly. Are you absolutely positive you don't want me to stop now? You drove yourself into this trap. Now you must continue. Oh yes, I did drive myself into this trap. Darren looks directly into your eyes. My thoughts are all adrift. I guess I shan't be able to maintain a boring conversation. It is beyond me. He moves a little closer, just a little, and takes your hand. I wonder if I shall come to regret this. You're dangerous, I know it. Lift his chin with your hand and look into his eyes. If you try to pass this off as another one of your jokes, I'll send you back to Mendiv immediately, on a donkey, stark naked. Threats and passion. For some reason, I find this combination highly attractive. Darren moves your hand from your face, but he doesn't move back. Instead, he leans forward, as if for a kiss. Hours. Inexplicable power lies in the force that draws mortal bodies and souls to each other. If there was a way to measure it and compare it to other forces in the universe, it could prove to be comparable with gravity between the planets. But this force is as fragile as it is mighty. Sometimes its emergence can lead to unexpected and irreversible consequences. Night falls, and with it the commander drifts off into a deep sleep. He dreams. He sees himself from outside his body. Himself and Darren. The two lie next to each other, their hands joined, their breathing slow and deep. The young count's hair gleams with a soft golden glow, almost invisible in the light of day, but in the dark of night, it is unmistakable and bewitching. I have no idea. That's a quest that we're going to have to figure out what's going on with it later, because I have no clue what's happening there. Then the commander realizes that he is not simply seeing himself from outside in this dream. He is seeing himself through someone else's eyes. Someone is near. They're watching from the darkness, watching closely but indifferently. Or perhaps the commander can sense only the gaze, but not the emotions of the invisible observer. The observer's attention is fixed on the naked bodies. The observer does not move. They make no attempt to turn away or come closer. They simply watch, and watch, and watch. Get up. Alexander Lichtman reaches out with his mind to the real world, to his body, trying to find an anchor and drag himself out of the strange vision. But reality seems an almost forgotten dream hidden in the fog of oblivion. The more Alexander Lichtman tries to break out of his dream, the more ephemeral his memories seem. Even the sight of his own slumbering face begins to look alien. As alien as the gaze of the person watching from the darkness. Yeah, so it's going to be a while until we get there. Tell yourself to wake up. Alexander Lichtman sprains his will, but all his attempts resemble a weak swimmer thrashing around to stay afloat. The only difference is that water has some substance that can be felt, but the strange vision is unwavering. The invisible observer does not resist, nor does it leave. It is simply there. Only the night and feeling of being watched from the darkness. Alexander Lichtman tries to banish the vision, but his attempts are futile. No, his efforts meet no resistance, yet nothing changes. The same scene, the same suffocating hours of night, the same feeling of being watched from the darkness. Okay, I guess we're done. Oh, yeah, there's the strain the will again. Give yourself over to the dream. Alexander Lichtman lets the strange vision take over. The hours of night drag on, and nothing changes. The couple continues to sleep, exhausted from lovemaking. Someone is watching. Only at the very break of dawn, when Darren turns over with a slight sigh, slowly coming up to wakefulness, does the dream loosen its grip. Oh, hey, Darren's here! You know what I've been thinking about? Darren is battling his tousled hair, trying to make it look at least slightly tidy. Perhaps this crusade isn't so bad after all. At least I feel much happier now than I did back in my hedonistic days in Canabras. What a horrible thought. What? I feel like I'm betraying my ideals just saying it. Okay, well I guess I have a time limit of 6 hours. Yeah, it's not an enemy, but it's not like... It's not actively hostile, but it's still weird. You know, I had a dream about the two of us. Indeed. I'll bet it was something rather tender, or perhaps something exhilarating. Darren smiles. No, it was a nightmare, or something or someone was watching us. Darren instantly turns pale and starts talking over you. It was just a dream. You have nothing to worry about. One dreams of plenty of odd things, but none of these are real after all. Sure, it's just a stupid dream. I don't think I even remember what is bad anymore. Well, that's good then, Darren says with audible relief. Interesting. Interesting. Blumicus, until next time. If you miss me, you know where to find me. I actually don't. I don't know where he hangs out. Commander, upon hearing word of your victory in the Battle of Drezen, many leaders in Avestan have considered taking a more active supporting role in the Crusade. Fighting demons in the name of saving the world is a prestigious endeavor, especially when the war is going well. The one whose help is accepted first will increase their standing in the political arena, which is why the powers are now competing for the right to collude an alliance with Menda before their rivals do. Neurosian has already chosen which of them is to be favored, Isger. We've been building an alliance with that nation for a long time, and now the capital is expecting you to address the steward of Isger with an official offer to support you. Yeah, Darren's clearly like... I don't know what's going on there. There's a lot of something happening in that background. Let's see, Lastwall is Mendev's most trusted ally. If we were to ask someone for support, it should be them, the Shining Crusade. I would say we invite the Sword Lords of Brevoid to this party. The righteous Mendevian knights just love the hot-headed provincials who draw their weapons and challenge you to a duel at the top of a hat. And get this, if they win such duels, Neurosian will be ecstatic to have allies like these, and I hope the demons will enjoy their company as well. Just a no. We happen to have a neighbor who's barely got any presence in the Crusade. I'm talking about Numeria. That's believed to be too wild and barbaric to have any dealings with. How about we show everyone how wild and barbaric tribes can fight and invite them to play a bigger part in our war? Let's see. Unlocks the Inquisitor's Mercenary Unit. Infantry specializing in slaying spellcasters. Delegates to the Sword Lords. Duelist Mercenary Unit. Infantry capable of parrying enemy attacks. Numeria. Unlock the Barbarians Mercenary Unit. Powerful offensive infantry. Sorcerer's Mercenary Unit. Spellcasters that deal damage with combat spells. Let's take a look at the Sorcerer stats here, because I'm actually tempted to get the Sorcerers. Unfortunately, it doesn't really tell me how their damage is. Barbarians, big hit points, big attack, low AC. Not that big hit points, just like medium hit points. Duelists. Wow, that's a lot of hit points. They're actually very tanky. Holy shit, okay. That's like... These are like improved versions of shield bearers, basically. Inquisitor Special Mercenary Unit. Beefy as well. Not that strong, but pretty beefy. Yeah, like, look at these fucking stats. Like, their damage isn't as high as the Barbarians. The Barbarians... No, actually, it's... Wait, hold up. Okay, so I can't deal anything with the Sorcerers, because I don't know what they do for damage, because they use spells. But, like, the Inquisitors have huge damage and good AC, but not high... Like, it's good damage, sure, but, like... Look at these fucking Sword Lords, though. Like, look at this. Those are insane stats. These are the tankiest motherfuckers I've ever seen. These are shield bearers on steroids. I'm getting the Sword Lords. Darren, you've got it. Splendid. I will refresh my old contacts. Pleasant memories. I won't detain you any longer, Commander. I'll need time to resolve the scandal your decision will cause in the capital. Once it subsides, I will assemble the diplomatic council once more. Shut up, Konomi. Fuck you. Ooh. Hi. Whoa, hi for the raid. Ivy Doppler, thanks for the thanks for the raid. Hello, raiders. How are you all doing? Yes, hello indeed. Also, let me just do a shout out to Ivy. Nope. Oh, that was an... Oh, cool. Whoop. Hold up. Do this. Very cool. Well, thanks for stopping by.
There it is. No, don't go in! Fucking God.
So yes, thanks for the raid. Enjoy the stream. Yeah, I forgot I had that thing set up so that if I shout out somebody, it pulls a random clip from their Twitch. But yeah, yes. But yeah, thanks for joining. And by the way, nice job on Anevia. Look at this. Hi. Don't mind that I currently am a silhouette face. That's not normal. It's just because I'm playing on GeForce Now. Fair enough. Well, randomly picked a very accurate stream preview then. What was that thing called again? I don't remember what it was called. It was... Clippy. That's what it is. Clippy does that. Yeah, Anevia. Saved my ass during Unfair. Yes, I definitely will. Although, I am going to be... I think I'm getting cut off in about 30 minutes because the thing is going to shut down. But we'll see. Anyway, yes. Thanks for stopping by to the Raiders. Thank you for the raid, Ivy Doppler. Hope your stream was doing well. Alrighty, so... strengthening diplomatic connections. That's been dealt with. Military tribunal. All my units are now better. I will make sure that all my skeletons perform tribunals to banish any traitors among their skeletal ranks. Oh, I have enough for this now. Priests of various faiths are asking the commander to banish the followers of a small sect that believes in the imminent demise of Galarian. These doomsayers scorn the gods with their words and demand that everyone bow down before the inevitable end. Yes, we're in Lich Hours. Alright, fair enough. Thanks for stopping by, though, Sudine Stormborn. Yes, currently Lich Hours, I am... How many days do I have left on that ziggurat, actually? Where's that thing? There it is. I got about 18 days left on the ziggurat. I don't know. How are they broken? Like, what exactly was broken with the undead armies? Ah, okay, you're doing the Azada, so you got Ivu on you. Like, as is, currently they seem to be functioning. My regular undead army's running around doing stuff, and then if I kill something with that army or with any of my other armies, it pops up with another bunch of undead that just kind of run around, and then I eventually join them up with my bigger undead horde. So it seems functional. I don't know if anything else is broken there that's not supposed to be like that. Ah, yes. Well, they don't give a lot, that's true. Like, yeah, I actually have... Yeah, it's 1 out of every 275, I think. Ah, crap, I shouldn't have left. I needed to do that thing. That was a mistake. Yeah, so I am... Yeah, that's true, though. It is 1 out of 270, which isn't a lot, but you are getting... I did just, like, do a fight where I was fighting, like, 2,000 units, so that's a couple. I was extremely fast flanker, spellcaster, harasser, jam enjoyer. Man, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I've got my... Where's my skeleton buddy? That's weird. I've got a skeleton buddy who's hanging out. He's just a man with a... Skeleton man with a little army hat on. Yeah, fair enough. No, it's, The biggest problem I'd say with it is that... There's 2 kinds of undead that can form, so you can't, like, have a single undead unit in your army and just have it, like... grow in size as you kill more stuff. Because there's 2. There's skeletons and zombies, which means that if you get a skeleton and you have a zombie in your unit, then it doesn't work and you have a new unit pop up. So you wind up with like 15 armies that you have to eventually combine into a new undead horde. And it's all like 30 units total. Yeah, it's also just a cool path. I've currently awakened 1 of my undead followers. So I've just got to wait for my ziggurat to complete and then turn into a bone man, and I'll finally, hopefully, be able to get Staunton, which is literally the only reason I've done this. And at some point, I also need to find the skeleton merchant. He's someplace I haven't found him yet. It's been a little bit. All the paths in this game are cool as heck. The coolest path I think I've seen thus far, because I was playing during the beta. Yeah, that's fair enough. I've currently got all my reserve armies just sitting on Drezen. I played during the beta, and I played Trickster, Demon, and Aeon as my 3 paths that I did for 3 different runs during the beta, and then this is the 4th for the real game. Out of those 3, Trickster seems cool. Didn't get too far in it, though. Demon has some interesting stuff in it, but has some other stuff which is kind of lame, and that was also an earlier version of the beta, so it was missing a lot of the other things. Aeon is fucking cool. Like, if you want to see a mythic path which really just fucking pops off, go Aeon as your next run, because that goes wild. Yeah, it is fucking crazy. I was shouting at parts during the Aeon path, just because of, like, how wild it gets. Then you have, like, the downtime where you have to convict criminals of who are selling, like, fake drugs. And by fake drugs, I mean they're selling chalk that they say is drugs. But, yeah, it's, I mean, it's not totally heartless. It's not totally heartless, because you get you go both ways, right? It's for the good of all that you follow the laws that are set in place. It's very much for the good of all because of how it goes. Ooh, man. For the greater good. Alright, hold on a second. Priest, Doomslayers, so which ones? Military experience points. 4,000 leadership. Crusade morale reduces by 30. Recruitment growth for trainable units increased by 15. Crusade morale increases by 15. Energy points income increased by 3 for 30 days. Okay, I'm taking that one. It's good, but I gotta do it. It's too good. It's too good, even if it is against my character. Like, I can't. If I was a lawful evil character, I would say this is the most useful one. God, yeah, I've heard about that. Like, how does that even work, man? How do you do that? You'd have to be a real monster to be in Azada and then suddenly decide to swerve hard into hell. Upon hearing what Sociel, an adept theologian, had to say, the secretarians spoke with the clergy and reached a certain consensus. They agreed to be more discreet. After all, the end of the world is coming either way, so there's no reason to quarrel on its brink. Excellent. That's dealt with. Hey, Cap Drago, I'm doing alright. How about yourself? Okay. I've heard about little bits and pieces of it, but I haven't done Azada yet myself, so I'm still mostly blind on it. Like I'm like 60-70% blind on it. If you want to see something, like, the coolest thing I think I've seen, like, the Aeon is wild, but the coolest detail I've seen is still definitely the demon path when you go to Winter Sun.
Move aside.
Azada's the power of friendship. Yeah, well, power of friendship is useful, especially when you have teamwork feats out the ass. The end is when it gets really messed up. Fair enough. Yeah, if you go to Winter Sun on Demon Mythic Path, they're totally chill with you. The entire time, they're just completely chill with you. It took me like a couple minutes just going like, why aren't they violent? Like, this is weird. That's like, why is the dialogue all different this time? And I realized it's like, oh, like it's just such perfect detail. It's the kind of thing that, like, you wouldn't think of at all, like, when playing through it, and the writers wouldn't think of it all while, like, making the game. Yeah, it's just such a perfect thing, but, like, it's one of those things where if you didn't think about it, it would just not, like, register on anyone's brain, except for, like, 2 years down the line, somebody, when doing a review of the game, would nitpick, like, why didn't they react when I was a demon? Yeah, there's so much. There's so much. And I also like how just all throughout the place, there's, like, little things, like, if you have a god or if you don't have a god, you just get little conversation bits. Like, when you talk to Staunton for the first time, I think there's a conversation bit for every single deity you can pick. Just, this is what I think about your religion. Why pray to Torhag? You should be praying to blank. Or, if you're an atheist, fuck religion. This is why you don't believe in the gods. Become a godless heathen like you were meant to be. God, what do I have to do now? I completely lost all track of what I was doing. I killed the dragon. I was doing a bunch of army movement. I was... So kill the dragon, doing that. Gotta go talk to Greyboar. Oh, actually, for that, Irabeth. Worship Desna, go to Zadi. You pick up a ruin, hang the banner, you get special stuff from it. It's great. Oh, yeah. If you, when I picked Lich... Yeah, exactly. The deal, there's so much detail in it. It's great. Oh, yeah, what's your plan for your character? Oh, and also, one of the best parts is when you start going... When you pick Lich route, and, like, everyone's going like, oh my god, he's a Lich... If you have Regil in your party, he just goes, the undead make fine soldiers. An excellent choice. Like, that's his reaction. He's just like, yeah, okay, I can work with this. Ah, Thug is always good. By the way, I took care of the dragon. That's one less problem to contend with. Now we can take the extra lookouts off dragon duty and reassign them to more useful tasks. Excellent work, Commander. I have to go. Oh yeah, Nenyo's all there. Nenyo is following along. I wish I knew what Camellia was like about that, because I didn't have Camellia on the team at that point. Sela is horrified. Sela does not want that to go down. She is 100% like, no, this is bad. Please don't do this. I want to say Lan had like a minor comment or something. I don't know, who did I have on my party? I had Lan... No, I didn't have Lan. I had Ruchelet. Ember's even... That's right, she was pretty freaked out by it, wasn't she? She's like, how could you do this? Okay, we have... I had Ember, I had Ruchelet. Yeah, well, it's a good name. Oh, let me pull up the picture I have for him, actually. Oh, I bet she has a great reaction. I'm trying to remember. I had Regil, I had Ruchelet, I had Ember, I had Nenyo, and I had... God, who was my fifth? Basically beast with religious ecstasy. Fair enough. Oh yeah, let me also just, since my current image is broken, let me pull up the actual picture I'm using for Alexander Lichtman. God, which folder did I install this game to? Is it this one? Here we go. Is it mods? No. Path data? Custom portraits. There we... Nope. Nope, that's not the one. God, where is it located again? Okay, I'll just do it this way. So my character is an alchemist, and he's a lich, which is why I used this as my picture. Because this is the most fitting picture I could possibly find for an alchemist lich. Imagine the end of the game, person at least 3 times the size of a normal person that knows martial arts, slapping your legs after running you, giving full fists. Good. I made a character like that, honestly. Oh yeah, totally. Like he's totally chill, dude. What was the backstory we came up with again? Oh geez, what's going on? Okay, I've got 20 minutes left before the game kicks me off. Anyway, the backstory we came up for him was he was a Gebian necromancer vivisectionist who was working with his master and then got chased out when basically some people wanted his master's research. So he took it north with him to the World Wound, not to like do work here, but to get away from them. And he just sort of signed on to the Crusades as a result. That's the backstory he came up with. Anyway, yes, totally up and up dude. Anyway, the guy you just mentioned, Cap Drago, the martial arts slapping the legs out from under you, going full floors. That is basically what I did with the original version of Cessor of Ning in Reign of Winter. leg sweeps and fierce strikes to keep from doing anything. That's, yeah, that's a good use for it. Actually, that's a good use for trip, because that means, like, even if you stand up, you're still not going to attack or anything. You're just going to run away as fast as possible. Well, let me reiterate the story of Cessor of Ning for the people here, or as my players called it, getting wombo comboed. So, the Reign of Winter campaign. God, look at this stupid little silhouette. Reign of Winter campaign is a campaign where you travel around various locations. You start in Varesia, I want to say it is. It doesn't really matter. You're there for like 2 books, or half a book. Yeah, right? I mean, life's funny, you know? So, Reign of Winter, fun campaign. Go from, I want to say it's Taldor or Varesia or something. You go from there to Artisan. From Artisan, you go to... God, what's the place? It's like Siberia in terms of real location. You go there, that's made of Mother Crone. Then you go to Triaxis, which is another planet. Then you go to Earth in I want to say it's 1920? No, it's not 1920. It's like 1819. No, it's... Wait. You go to Revolutionary Russia and you have to kill Rasputin, and then you go inside Baba Yaga's dancing hut. But Book 4 is the Frozen Stars, I want to say it's called. And you go there and you're dealing with Triaxis. You're dealing with all the people around Triaxis. You're dealing with dragons and dragonkin and all that stuff there in order to get something that has been stolen from Baba Yaga in order to get it back. And one of the things you have to do is you have to go to the lair of a white dragon, and you have to defeat it in order to get the thing it's holding that's related to Baba Yaga. And there's an NPC in there called Cessor of Ning, who's there as, like, I don't remember what exactly they're doing there. They're, like, kind of a concubine to the dragon, but also more of, like, a follower / caretaker / pretty thing for the dragon to look at. I don't really know how best to describe it. Anyway, so you get there, and she's bored out of her wits because she's a warrior monk, and she just wants to challenge people to fights. So, she challenges your party to a fight. If you win, she says, okay, I'll help you. Now, normally she's just like a regular old monk. Oh, yeah. Well, my, hold on a second. Let me pull up a picture of my end campaign from Reign of Winter, and I'll tell you exactly what Baba Yaga looks like to me now after that. So anyway, Cessor of Ning is a... Fair enough. Cessor of Ning is a... fairly normal monk. Just like does monk things, punches, kicks, what have you. I decided to upgrade her a little bit. Big air quotes around upgrade. And I just want to find her from these accounts. So I found a particular combo of abilities which let a character basically... What's the best way to describe it? Air juggle a character that it hits into a massive combo. So it's something like Bull Rush into Overrun into Trip into Bull Rush into Overrun into Trip into Bull Rush. And it would just cycle through this real quick and just send... The end result was setting the target flying like 20 feet back into a wall while taking like 2 or 3 times the character's full attack damage. Yeah, it's not a full infinite. It basically was a fighting game combo, but it was pretty much like a pseudo-infinite. So, that instant KO'd one of the characters. Like, didn't kill him, just knocked him out because it wasn't a full lethal fight. So then they called in a second character to do it, and that fight went on, and then eventually they did win. But put the fear of God into him, and that's what counts. And here, let me show you a picture of the end of my Reign of Winter campaign. So, starting from the top, we have Greta, a winter wolf that you meet in Book 2. She's guarding the gates of Artisan, and you can talk your way past her for a date. Because she's bored out of her wits and pretty lonely. So if you have a thing, you get to date her. Vilsik Volansky, if I remember correctly, was a true namer. We have Rani Sukalapati, who was a Asura who just happened to join along with the party because the party impressed her so much by their ability at destruction. You have Blade Wolf. Nur Yagmer, who is a nerd alchemist with a frog helmet that had the ability to grapple onto things using its tongue. Sigurd the Bison, who was the strongest member of the party at one point. Dmitri, who is a bombshell-struck Russian soldier from Russia. Dio. Scope Dog, who is a mech that was guarding Rasputin's compound. So it's not really a character, it's just a mech. We have Shujinko, who I believe summoned guns made out of pure energy. Well, Sigurd never got used. So the deal with Sigurd is that he was a character that one of the characters brought along, like, right at the very beginning of the game, just, you know, as a mount. You can buy horses and stuff, right? Sigurd's stats meant that he was actually stronger than the entirety of the party until, like, level 2 or 3. So the joke was, if at any point the entire party wiped out, Sigurd would awaken to his inner strength and go and rescue the entire party. Let's see, underneath that, we also got Anastasia, who is a princess of Artisan, Baba Yaga's granddaughter? I think because it's Rasputin's daughter, I want to say. We have Viveka, a Nereid, who's a cook. Zilvazarat, who's a space merchant. Ezekiel Thrun, unrelated to the normal Thruns, who is a big old two-handed sword wipe man. Vasilia's doll, which is a sapient doll. And Monsoon of the Four Winds of Destruction. Yeah, I mean, it never happened. It never did wind up happening, but in the end, Sigurd was there. He made it all the way to the end. Sigurd was the only member of the party who did not wind up dying at the end of the campaign. Yeah, a fun fact, Monsoon killed one of the party members outright at one point. Just straight up blasted through him. Yeah, it was a good time. I like how nobody's commenting about Dio just hanging out. That's not even the right picture. Hold on a second, that's not the right picture, because Dio's supposed to be a head in a jar. Oh, let me see if I can find the other one. Nope, that's that picture. Where is it? I don't see it. Oh no, Dio's not a party member. He was the final boss of the campaign. You thought the final boss was Elvana? It was me, Dio. I'm not even kidding, that's actually what happened. You get to the final boss and fucking Dio walks out and starts posing on everybody, and also... So here, let me tell you what Dio's build was, okay? Dio's build was a spiritualist. So he had a stand, which was Zawarda, of course. The stand was a pride phantom, because there's a specific subset of spiritualists that have phantoms based on the Thessalonian Seven Deadly Sins. Yeah, well, he's not really an ancient Mesoamerican vampire. He's a British asshole who becomes a vampire using an ancient Mesoamerican mask. It's different. So anyway, yeah, he was a vampire. He was a spiritualist, which had a Pride Phantom. Because the Pride Phantom's special ability... Let me read this. Pride Phantom Pathfinder. Pride, emotional focus, Phantom. It has a couple abilities. For example, it has Vainglorious Oration. When the spiritual When the spiritualist reaches 7th level, the Phantom can espouse bold lies about its own prowess as a swift action to cause enemies to become shaken. Which... Oh, right. No, it was Illusion of Perfection. Wait, was it? No. One of these two. No, I think it was Vainglorious Oration. Vainglorious Oration I flavored as the actual menacing mark showing up in the air around it. Because it was actually just doing that. Like, that's one of its abilities the Pride Phantom gets. And, of course, it fits perfectly with Dio, because Pride. And on top of that, he was variant multi-classed into Wizard, which meant that he got a couple Wizard special feats. Most of those are not particularly useful. The big one you get is at 10th level as a Wizard, you can get an ability called Time Stutter. And what Time Stutter is the ability to time stop for a very limited amount of time. So Dio had Time Stop for a couple seconds every day. So it was like it was basically as perfect a representation of Dio as I could possibly make. Using completely core rule sets. I do this a lot. I have Dio, I have Senator Armstrong, I had the 4 Winds of Destruction. At one point I borrowed rules from Dragon Mech to make Metal Gear Excelsis. It was a good time. Anyway, I've got 7 minutes left, so I'm not going to be able to do anything. Yeah, you can build a lot of shit within the rules. Like, here, let me... I'm basically done playing the game now. I'm not going to be able to get any further than this because the game is literally going to shut down in 7 minutes. And I've been going for almost 6 hours as is. I can't pause. That's right. Okay, so let me do this. So next time we will be going to do what? I guess Green Gates? Yeah, there's a bug where I can't press the escape button. Like, that's me hammering on the escape button right now. It just doesn't bring the pause menu, so... I can pause with a space bar, but... This timer is also for the actual program I'm running the game through, so I can't do anything with that, fortunately. Anyway, what was I going to talk about? Right, Myth Weavers. Looking at my Myth Weavers, I've got a bunch of things here. For example... I was working on a couple different characters at one point. I made Power Rangers. I made Solid Snake. I made... Yeah, it's not a problem. Like, it's not a huge deal. I can always just go down here to the bottom left and deal with it. Yes. Power Rangers, Solid Snake. There's Rick Sanchez. Rick Sanchez is third party, though, so it doesn't count. Won't load new maps. I'm not familiar with that one, actually. I did not know that was a thing. Oh, Wheel Skeletons, of course. Can't forget the Wheel Skeletons. Oh, that's unfortunate. I hope I don't hit that one. Times you kill party member off if you fully loot them. Okay, so if like if I kill Camellia, for example. Okay, so you just don't loot the bodies. Gotcha. Will do. The ones from Dark Souls. Yeah, exactly. Dark Souls Wheel Skeletons. Those were an encounter I slapped onto my party in the first part of Wrath of the Righteous, actually. I decided the final encounter at the end of Book 1 wasn't spicy enough, so I threw in a couple of Wheel Skeletons just to screw things up a bit more. I still think that the Wheel Skeletons are probably like my crowning achievement in terms of dumb game builds. Yeah, you want to know what the Wheel Skeleton is in Pathfinder? Here, I'll give you the full breakdown. It is a Siegebreaker fighter, swashbuckler, scout, rogue, brawler. So what they do is they charge into you. Siegebreaker fighter allows you to do an overrun on a charge attempt. So if you charge into somebody, if you bull rush them, you can also do an overrun attempt at the same time as a free action. which is sort of the same way that Cessor of Ning worked and any variations of Cessor of Ning, like Dante. Dante is technically just following that same formula. By the way, I made Dante at one point. He just air juggles people using a bow. Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Anyway, so yeah, they bull rush into you. Then when you're on the ground, because they're a scout, if they charge at somebody, all their attacks get sneak attack damage. So they do that. They sneak attack, charge, overrun, and just do like this, basically they do that, and then they have spiked armor on them, armor spikes, so they just wheel into people, rolling into them, and just doing damage as they roll through. And they get like 4 or 5 attacks off on a charge or something like that. It's a good time. They're not very strong because they are skeletons. They have like what? How much HP do these things have? I don't think I even calculated it. Yeah, I didn't calculate it out for some reason. They've got like 20, I want to say. Maybe like 25. They're very fragile, but they will fuck you up if they get a hold of you. And yeah, it was. It was. Both encounters. The main thing that happened is that, again, with the wheel skeletons popping off the walls and rolling into the party, it put the fear of God into them. And that's what counts at the end of the day. It doesn't matter if you kill your party. It doesn't matter if, you know, they make it to the goal or they have to run away or try a different tactic that kind of breaks the encounter. It puts the fear of God into them. And at the end of the day, that's the most important thing when you're running a game of D&D. Pro tip. Like you wanna put the fear of God in somebody? Just pull up meta information that they know as a player, but they shouldn't know in character. Yeah, exactly. Fear everything that could be a wheel skeleton. There's a part later on where, in this campaign, where when they were dealing with the Ivory Sanctum, just for funsies, I pulled a picture of Kiss. Let me pull up a picture of Kiss. No, there's a band called Kiss, apparently. I want Age of Worms. There we go. So there's an old sort of pre-adventure path from when Paizo was doing Dragon Magazine called Age of Worms. And this big old worm that walks called Kiss, and he's like basically the god of worm that walks. So just for funsies, you remember how Xanther Vang is a swarm that walks? I just put Kiss's picture up there. Just had him show up in front of the thing. It was literally just a silent image that looked like Kiss. That's it. And the entire party freaked out. That's all I had to do. I just made him afraid of this stupid picture I put up. It's great. Perfect plan. If you want to make an encounter memorable, you do that to your players. Anyway, before this thing closes down on me, I am going to stop the game there, though.
What I mean? There it is.
What on earth?
No, don't go in! Fucking God.
Okay, that was odd. I don't know why that happened. Alright, sure then. Anyway, yeah, that's the end of my rambles for today. It's probably just because, like, I didn't set something up properly when I was setting up that source. I'll have to fix that now that I know it's a problem. So anyway, yeah, I'm going to leave that there for today. Next time is going to be Green Gates, which means Ursula, and then I guess Winter Sun as well? Yeah, I guess I'm going to do Winter Sun at the same time. Yep, there it goes.
A new follower.
Ah, thanks for the follow, Sacred Chaos. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see you next time I play this. So yeah, so really quick before we do anything. Yeah, I'm not quite done yet. I gotta send people over to another raid, because I got raided at the end of my stream, unfortunately. So, who else? Ah, someone I know is playing. Perfect. Here, I'll send you over to someone else I know. Yes. Well, I'll be streaming this again on, let's see, today is today's Thursday. So I'll be streaming this again on Sunday in a couple days. So feel free to stop by then. Tomorrow is Friday, which is... What am I playing tomorrow? Oh, Skatebird. Skatebird's tomorrow. So, yeah, Skatebird. So, yeah, I'll be back with Skatebird tomorrow. For Sunday, I'll be playing more Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. And next week, Wrath of the Righteous as well. So, yeah, thanks again for stopping by. Once again, thanks to Ivy for the raid. Doubt she's still here, but thank you for the raid nonetheless. Thanks for the follows, and yeah, thanks for stopping by. See you next time. Enjoy the rest of your days, what have you, and see you next time.